order at 7 o'clock on March 20th. Director Brader, has the meeting been properly noticed in accordance with the Open Meetings Act?
Yes.
Thank you. We have 3 requests for public comment, all addressed to issue 3, the change in the signature verification. So I think that it would be appropriate for us to have public comment on that issue at the time when we address that issue. Is there anybody else who has asked for public comment?
We have one remote request for Mr. Gallant.
Why don't we hear from Mr. Gallant now? Mr. Gallant, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I did request for public comment during all agenda items, and I've been being denied that. I would ask that you please expand the random selection process to be at least 3,000 votes, because we got twice many votes as there was in 1980 when they established the procedure. And please publish the meeting minutes from 1980 where you approved that procedure for the random selection process. And I believe it's unreasonable the public comment time here now. I think you're going to stop me at 1 minute now, right? Because that changed in March of 2022. When I started coming here, it was 3 minutes for every agenda item and then 1 for a general on top of that. And now it all changed, but nobody voted on anything. The administrative rules say you're supposed to have every agenda item plus a general agenda item, all 3 minutes. And we need to revert back to that, because the abortion item, there were so many people, you said, oh, we're going to do 1 minute. Now it goes back to 3 minutes. Please do that. And you should have Mike Brady here. He's the Director of Legal Services for the Department of the State, not the Attorney General staff attorney. He's not from this department. You should have Mike Brady here answering questions on the fly in real time during this meeting, because this is his department. That's
Mr.
not
Gallant,
the AG's department.
Mr. Gallant, when we get to the agenda item 3 on the signature verification, we will allow you public comment on that as well.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Please revert back to that. If we could review that on the record, the point of order for the public comment
All
time,
right.
please.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes from our March 3rd meeting.
Motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting on March 3rd, 2023.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mariana, can we take just a break, just a second? I have your computer issue.
So the next item is the signature verification and validation process. There are a number of matters with regard to this subject. And the first one, I would suggest that we discuss them one at a time. The first one that I think is appropriate to discuss is the change in coding of signatures. We had a discussion of this at our last meeting, which was helpful. I don't think there has been a change from the last meeting. Am I correct?
There's one change.
Just one change? Okay. But John, Director Brader, can you take us through this proposed change in the coding?
Sure. So at the last meeting, we went through the entire memorandum. Sorry. Thanks, Adam. At the last meeting, we went through the entire memorandum, which lays out the changes and the reasons for those changes. But one issue, and the board largely agreed, but one issue that the board wanted us to look into further was the treatment of forms, county-wide forms, in which the county was left blank on those forms. We have, in the past, counted those if the county was blank, or recommended for the board to count those if the county is blank when all of the signatures were from the same county. So originally, we had recommended basically extending that with a clarification that it would be the plurality of the signatures from whatever county was the plurality that would be counted. But the board wanted us to look further at that, and so we went and looked kind of back at where this blank notion of the county being blank came from, and we did find that it came from a couple of cases, not state Supreme Court cases directly as far as a county-wide form is concerned, right? One of them was about a city or township. So there was a state Supreme Court case from 1960, Keys v. Hare, and this is in the memo, where the court had ruled at that time that if the city or township field was blank, but every city listed was the same, that the board's determination could be, fair to say that they were all from the same city, and that would be acceptable. There's also a Michigan Court of Appeals case that basically extended that logic to the fact that it would be a county-wide form and circulated within the same county, and that's Spreen v. Board of State Canvassers, 1978. That's not necessarily, I don't think it is binding precedent, but that's really a question for Heather. But regardless, both of these cases were decided before Stand Up for Democracy in 2012. So that's basically what moved us from a substantial compliance to a strict compliance standard. So having reviewed this again, we think what we recommend is that the best application of Stand Up for Democracy to this specific issue of a blank countywide form would be to apply strict compliance, meaning that you need to actually write in the name of the county. We would not say that a misspelled county would be rejected, but if there's no county at all, while I cannot or anyone else cannot predict exactly how a court would handle that, we think the safest course of action and that's most consistent with Stand Up for Democracy would be just to say that if the county is blank on a countywide form, that all the signatures on that form would be rejected. Otherwise, our recommendations in this for the new petition codes are the same as the previous version of the memo.
Questions? Yes.
I just have one for Director Brader, and it'll probably come up again in the discussion on the next item. But for the purpose of this type of determination, if we're removing or contemplating removing the face review portion, when would this occur? Simply after the sample's drawn and then you're bouncing this on the sheet that the sample signature came from? Is that when this would be reviewed?
If we are in a type of petition that involves random sampling, yes. So we would not go through first and pull out all the sheets that every sheet is invalid, every signature is invalid. We would just leave them in, and then whatever percentage of signatures happened to be on a sheet that had an issue that disqualified every signature on that sheet, that signature would be rejected. And for the reasons that the Raymond memo explains, and we can get into more in the random sampling process, we determined that doesn't make a statistical difference. So if we were in the context of random sampling, yeah, we wouldn't pull that out, but if a signature that was on one of those sheets was in the random sample, that signature would get rejected. And again, proportionally, you'd expect those to be throughout the petition at a representative rate. However, there would still be some petitions that we would conduct a face review on, and that would be petitions where we're not using random sampling. So we are recommending that we continue the use of random sampling for initiative petition. We're also recommending the board consider random sampling for statewide candidate petitions with a minimum signature threshold of 15,000, which in most cases is going to be senator and governor, U.S. senator and governor. And that would be the same thing. We wouldn't pull them out during face review, but if they were in the sample, they would get rejected if we start using random sampling for those candidates. But for every other candidate where we're not going to do random sampling, we would continue to do the face review process. So for those ones that have a smaller number of sheets and signatures, we would still be going through every single sheet, and we would be pulling out all the sheets that were wholly invalid, whether it's because of circulator error or a missing required element, which in this case would be the name of the county. So those would still be rejected based on a face review. But in random sampling, it would wait until we got to the actual sampled signature.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, I actually fibbed. I have one other question. It's just a quick reminder, and it's related to the paid volunteer checkbox omission. I have a note on here to remind me, why is it okay to mark both in this instance? I know we've probably talked about this, but I'm trying to, why have it if you can mark both?
I believe, was that a court decision or was that an administrative decision? Do you remember? I think our logic for that initially, we're conferring as to whether a court has weighed in on that. We don't know offhand. So,
The court actually weighed in on the
Yeah.
check on both sides.
So without knowing for sure, we'll try to find the answer to that for you today. But I think our logic behind that, and Adam, please supplement or correct anything I say here if it's not right, is that it would be possible for somebody to change status as a circulator. So you could be a volunteer, and then they could offer to hire you to circulate more, or vice versa. You could be paid for a couple of hours and then decide that you were going to volunteer and continue to circulate. So we wanted to have some way of dealing with that. I think that was our logic, but if there's more to it, let me know, Adam, or let us know.
That's how I was working backwards, would be the assumption that I was, volunteering for a little bit, but then I also from 5 to 7 p.m. was getting paid $15 or something like that.
Any further questions on the coding? So we have a number of people who have requested to speak as to Agenda Item 3. If your comments are addressed to the coding, then now is an appropriate time for you to speak. So otherwise, if your comments are only addressed to the sampling procedure, we'll do that subsequently.
Can you give the general comments the ability to speak to both so that they know that if they want to talk to 3 and 4, we don't have enough comments here that it would take a big time.
Right, they're all asked. Yeah,
They look like some of them have 3 and 4
Right.
checks.
so I've got to confirm. So Joe DeMarco. You also sent us some written comments, I believe. Yes, thank you.
Push the button
There's a little button
on the,
on the larger mic. That's actually for the recorder. Yeah, on the bottom of that longer one, right? Small button.
There you go.
Pull it to you.
Good morning.
You spell your name for the court reporter,
My name
please.
is Jo DeMarco, J-O,
Last name Demarco. I live in Ada Township, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to provide input for the petition processing procedures. And I make my suggestions due to having done full cycles of this work, and my comments are based on those experiences. After review of the staff recommended changes, I submitted a detailed response for each one. I agree with the majority of these recommendations as they do appear to encourage accuracy and efficiency. However, I offer the following suggestions, hoping they'll be considered prior to the final changes being implemented. The proposed new code MRE, meaning missing required element, describes information missing from the petition sheet because of feeder issues while copying or scanning, or information is unclear due to markings or smudges. There's two issues here. Petition sheets can certainly become slanted or misaligned while being fed, and consequently, information can be cut off. We know that could happen. That occurrence would not be the fault of the petitioner or signer, and therefore it would be unfair to render those sheets invalid. In this case, staff should be required to retrieve that batch and merely reprocess or refeed it. But if the information is unclear due to markings or smudgings and therefore can't be determined, it would be fair to render that line or sheet invalid, as the petitioner should have noticed that in preparation for submission. The proposed new code IS, meaning invalid signature, is suggested to become, a combination of the three older codes, IN for incomplete signature, NS, meaning no signature, and MC, the provided signature did not match the QVF signature on file, or another miscellaneous factor. I suggest that the code NS for no signature should remain and be independent of the other two codes. An invalid signature, whether it's ineligible or the signer merely didn't complete their name, requires staff time for lengthy examination and interpretation. The same applies to researching and confirming that a signature doesn't match the QVF signature. If a signature is omitted, as in the line 5 diagram example, there's nothing to research. The signature simply isn't there. It is a missing required element, and that line should be rendered invalid. However, the written description indicates if a signature is missing but a printed name appears, staff will research the QVF signature to determine if the printed name matches the QVF signature. This invites interpretation, which I think defeats the purpose of accuracy and efficiency, and I do believe the staff is trying to achieve that. The basic fundamentals of these petitions is securing signatures. If a signature isn't provided, that line should not be valid. And finally, I believe removing the face review would be a significant mistake. This first and integral step prepares for the remaining process, ensuring the petition sheets are fully validated and qualified to be counted and further processed.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Do we have
you.
comments from Ms. DeMarco? Or questions?
I guess this is maybe a little bit of a comment, perhaps a question in there. Are you mentioned in your written testimony that you've assisted with the collection
Yes.
of signatures. Are you from a volunteer perspective?
From a volunteer perspective.
The one thing, that related to your concern on the face review is, that to me, having spent some time thinking about this, essentially what that's amounted to is the bureau staff doing a cleanup of the signatures and the sheets that should be done by the people submitting them, by the sponsors.
Right.
And so I would, politely disagree with the idea that that's a mistake, because ultimately the onus should be on the people providing, suggesting an amendment to the Constitution or proposing legislation this way, to make sure that everything's clean and in order before they submit it. So
Well, I agree with your statement. I mean, and that's well thought out. I do appreciate that. And yes, you're right. The onus should be on the petitioners. But in our last election, or prior to the election, there were, 6 governor candidates, I think, that submitted
At least five
something,
that were
something like
rejected.
that. There was a few candidates that submitted many signature sheets that weren't valid. So yes, you're right, and I agree that the onus is on the petitioner, but sometimes they just don't do the job.
Mr. Markle, that actually rises to an interesting question. If you've got petitioners and you've got a group who's collecting petitions to put a ballot or a candidate, or an issue or a candidate, if they don't do their job, the onus is on them.
Right.
The onus can't be on the Bureau of Elections to play remedial assistance on that. If you are serious enough that you want to put a candidate on the ballot, for example, and your job is to get signatures and follow the law to do that, like so many things in our society, it's your responsibility. And if you turn in work that doesn't meet that criteria, that shouldn't be the Bureau of Elections' job to go ferret it out and send it back to you and say, hey, do it over.
And I take your point. I could see the validity in your point. But again, having done this whole cycle of work, there's a lot of things that the petitioner just misses, or whether it's deliberate or not, who's to say? But I look at the face review as the very first step, just to give it a pass over and make sure that, everything else that we're going to be submitted, we have vetted this pile of material, and it's thoroughly okay to just go ahead and move through, because even with the proposed changes that will come technically, at least you've had the human eye review everything, and to me, that just secures more validity to what's then going to be processed.
Would a different approach to that possibly be? I mean, a different approach, it would be a graduated submission of signature sheets, right? Instead of turning them all in?
I think we're talking here about two subjects and we were trying to focus first only on the codes. So the question of face review is not related necessarily.
I agree, there are two issues. The face review is certainly another one, but the codes are, as I said, and when you speak to, being very, very, very diligent and sticking to being strict code, like if the county name were not on the top of the petition sheet, they should be on every single one of them, and I agree. So if that's the path that you're going to go down, strict, adhering to the process, if a signature, it clearly isn't there. If it's not in the box, it's not in the box, and the line should be rendered invalid.
If I may just, I'm trying to think through where you're coming from on this issue on the face review, and as I listen to you, it seems like your concern isn't so much that, it's certainly not that you want to help the petitioners, the sponsors do their job, or, basically get away with sloppy work. I think you're looking at it, am I correct in assuming you're looking at it from the standpoint of you want to make sure that what's being included in the sample should be there in the first place?
Right.
Okay.
Right. I'm not trying to help anybody because it's all random. You know what I'm saying? That when it gets to that point, I have no idea who the petitioner was or what their objectives were for this petition. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm just trying to stick strictly to process.
Yeah. I think I still disagree with your point on whether or not we should, but that helps me understand where you're coming from on this. So Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So if I could just, on the face review, I just want to clarify, it is really mostly a question for random sampling, but we will continue to face review for the candidate petitions that are not randomly sampled. So if somebody has an invalid sheet running for Congress or, state rep or something, we're still going to toss all those signatures if they're on a bad sheet. It's just that when we use random sampling, as the Raymond expert can better explain, it doesn't really help or hurt them statistically to pull those sheets out before we draw the random sample, because you're increasing both the numerator and the denominator proportionally. So if you have a bad signature, it's a bad signature in the random sample, whether it's there because that signature is bad or because it's on a bad sheet. So I don't think that makes much of a statistical difference, and it saves time for everybody. But we will still continue to phase review the non-random sampled ones. And then on the non-signature, invalid signature, I mean, they are certainly different. I agree that not having a signature versus a signature that doesn't match are different things. This was just part of our goal to reduce the number of codes. And our assumption there was that if we use the code invalid signature and there's no signature there, that people will be able to figure that out and that we don't need to have a separate code for that.
Madam Chair, if I may. So Director Breyer, how many, in the time that you have been director, how many times have we had no signature come up?
It's not that uncommon. Adam is probably in a better position to talk about the frequency of it.
I couldn't give you an exact number if you're looking for an exact
No,
number.
I don't never look for exact. I just want to know.
I would say, in my experience, it comes up. The most common that comes up is, and I think this is the example that Ms. DeMarco gave, was where the signer will print the name, but the signature line will be blank. We still do look that up because they could print their signature, and that would be valid then. We would count that. So
if I could just add, so the qualified voter file, they may have signed their voter registration card. Their voter signature may actually be their printed name rather than an autograph style signature. So if it matches that, we have to count it.
It's because a lot of people don't know how to actually sign their signature anymore.
yeah, so that comes up. We see it every cycle. I would estimate at least 1 or 2 every drive, would be my rough guess.
I have a couple other questions, if that's okay. So one of them, you brought up face review, and this is just because I'm assuming that face review would happen for any recall petitions? Or would that go to random?
We would face review recall petitions because I think, don't we need to check every single one there?
I'm sorry, can I?
Yeah, so the question was, would we do face review for recall petitions? And I believe the answer is yes, we would.
Yes, recalls are a little bit different. We would still do face review for all of that, and that process would stay the same. If we wanted to talk about expanding random sampling, that I think we could have a discussion on that as well.
That was not where I was going to. I just wanted to know at this time if that's part of it. Can we go over a little bit more? I know that the suggestion is to get rid of dual, but can you talk a little bit more about not registered? You know, obviously in the memorandum that had been out, if a signer is registered to vote at a different address within the same city or township as written on the petition, the signature is valid. I mean, that's kind of going back to dual, to kind of address that. I know that it's 2 separate things, but I mean, if you're eliminating it, obviously, we're trying to find a different way to put it in. If you could go over that a little bit more.
Sure. I think the logic is a little different for both of them. So with dual, the original basis for rejecting those was really because in those cases, the person who signed the petition had created such an administrative burden for the filer that it was practically not possible to look up their signature. And that was because when these procedures were developed, we had to get the actual registration card from the clerk. So if somebody wrote Lansing Ingham, we wouldn't have really the time or practical ability to go to the Ingham Township clerk and the Lansing City clerk or the Lansing Township clerk to get the signatures to look them up. And so that was the basis for rejecting that. Now with qualified voter file, although signature review still takes a long time, it doesn't really take that long for us to check 2 jurisdictions to see if the person happens to be registered in one or the other. And practically speaking, most of the time people are writing that, it's because they're just either not sure whether they're supposed to write the the city, township, or county they live in, or they're just writing to clarify, especially like in Lansing, where you could be in 3 different counties, depending on what part of the city you live in. So we think at this point, because the basic, original administrative reason that we had to reject those signatures is no longer a practical necessity, that it's no longer necessary to penalize those signers. And so that's the basis there. With what we currently call RAT, and I would say even if we keep this, we would love to change that abbreviation. We do not like writing rat on a piece of paper. But the logic behind that is that the voter is, or the signer is required to write their address. If they write a different address in the jurisdiction than what the qualified voter file indicates where they're registered, there's a couple of different reasons why that might not show up in qualified voter file. They may have changed their address within the city or township and not yet updated their voter registration. In rare cases, it's possible that the address they live in, like if it's a new housing development or something, it might actually not yet be in the street index that we have of addresses, which can take some time to update before we get them in the qualified voter file. And so regardless, our practice has been, since they do live in the jurisdiction, they are registered in the jurisdiction, we don't add the specific requirement that they have to write the address at which they are reflected as registered in qualified voter file, as long as they are actually registered in the jurisdiction. So that's the basis for accepting those, when they're registered at a different address within the same jurisdiction. If they're not in that jurisdiction, it's a different story because they're not a resident of where they said they were.
I'm going to expand on that if I could. So voter registration and updating an address. So I move, I go to the Secretary of State because I got to need a new driver's license because I moved. How does that process work? Is that an automatic now with some of the changes that were made? So if I move, even within the city, that I live in, how quickly does that get into the qualified voter file? And is that automatic? If I move my address, is it automatic that my voter registration changed with that?
Yeah, and that's actually not, if you have a Michigan driver's license or state ID and you're registered to vote, your changing your driver's license or state ID address will automatically update registration address, and that predates automatic voter registration. So that's been the law for at least 15 years or so. Can't remember exactly when that law was put into place. But so that's been the case for a while, and usually it is basically, within a day or two that we get the data update. If the driver's license or state ID address updates in the Secretary of State's driver file or state ID file, it is then migrated into the qualified voter file, and usually that happens within a day or two. There are some cases, though, where it can take longer. In some cases, there might be differences in the address format between the two, which can cause like a data integration error that can take some time to work through. Often those don't take that long to figure out, but there can sometimes, if additional research is needed, or if there's, again, an address point that's not in our street index file, that can take considerably longer. Those are unusual, but not that rare in terms of there being a delay in the information getting updated.
I appreciate you kind of explaining that out, because I think that some, with the automatic, a lot of people just feel like, oh, it's already changed, but may not have it as quickly as we think it's.
Any other questions with regard to the petition coding process? Yeah, I guess, yeah. Mr. Gallant? Mr. Gallant?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you have 1 minute to address the issue of the petition.
1 minute.
voting
What happened to the,
changes.
wait a minute, what happened to the 3 minutes? Wait a minute. Well, thank you for considering my thing to increase this for sampling thing, and let me just go really, really fast. But guess what? Please publish the minutes of the meeting where this policy was approved in 1980 to show whether or not this board has approved Robert's Rules of Order in the past. Okay? Because right now, you are clearly, I'm thinking it should be at least double the rampant sampling because we have double the votes now that we did in 1980. So to make it at least just minimally the same statistically, it should be at least double. That was my question. But now, look, you're in the middle of discussion and vote. Page 366, line 8, Robert's Rules of Order says no discussion before there's a motion properly seconded. No member is being denied their rights to know the question that you're going to vote on next. Nobody knows the question you're going to vote on next, Madam Chair. So please, point of order. And please do the public comment thing. And yeah, this is a scene. And please, are you a lawyer, Madam Chair? Are you a lawyer? Because this is what the problem is. Lawyers are stepping up here and just contradicting our Constitution. This is deliberative democracy. This is not the same constitutional republic that we signed up for. You're doing a different form of government here. This is deliberation first, and then you make the motion at the end. And you have no meaningful deliberation before the motion is properly seconded at the end. You'll say,
haven't had a motion, Mr.
any more
Gallant,
discussion?
so-
And nobody will say no. It's supposed to be 3 minutes here.
Yeah.
Now, wait a
Mr.
minute.
Gallant, your time
Oh, you
is
didn't
up.
vote on this. Nobody's
you.
voting on this. Wait a minute. You unilaterally changing the rules with no vote. There's no discussion of the chair here. Nobody voted on that.
Okay. We also have had a request by Brian Winder to speak.
A minute to compose myself after that. Mind if I stand?
No,
Thank you.
you're more comfortable.
I don't think the mic's going to accommodate that. Thank you.
State your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Brian Winder. That's B-R-Y-A, wait, am I on? Yes. B-R-Y-A-N-W-I-N-D-E-R, and I live in Lenawee County. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for this opportunity to speak to the board, and as well as your public service in these arduous tasks. I'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Fracasse's and his staff's incredible work at trying to revise the manual, make it simpler, more effective, and efficient. My input to the manual is actually based around the definitions and interpretations of the terms provision and sections. So the Michigan, as it applies to the wording of the proposed initiative or amendment. So the Michigan Constitution is broken down into articles first, correct? And then it's broken down into sections after that. Now, the vast majority of those sections in the entire Michigan Constitution contain a very small amount of verbiage, paragraph, maybe two, very, very small amount. There are a small handful of those sections across the entire Constitution that actually contain the word provision. So as we're talking about instructions and provisions about what is to be amended and included in the amendment verbiage, that needs to be taken into consideration. And from my research, the common usage of the term provision is when it's talking about provision of this section, in those words particularly. So if there's a provision within the section, within the article, then they're all pretty commonly used in that context. But my particular question is in section or Article 2, Section 4, it actually breaks it down further into a part M in this case, and a subsection, Part 4.1, with parentheses, et cetera. So there are some cases in these sections that further delineate provisions within that section. So I'm asking if you would possibly concur or agree that a provision is a specifically designated or delineated rule or law, part or subsection, or as I realized on page 13 of the manual, a discrete component of the section of the article or of the law. So that being said, I had three questions here. One is just, I think, an administrator and Mr. Fracassi, and I
Does
could
this
talk.
relate to the coding?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we were done with the coding and had moved on.
Oh, no, we're still on
Okay,
coding.
then I can withdraw and wait for
Oh,
that
okay.
time.
All right,
All right.
we'll hear from you again
Okay,
later.
thank you.
Mr. Doster, did you? No? Okay. So it makes sense to me that we deal with this petition. We have a motion here for, possible motion for agenda item 3, which is the proposed update to the processing with regard to the adoption of these revised codes. Do we have any further discussion? Do we have a motion on agenda item 3?
If you are willing to, and if you're ready to entertain a motion, I would be happy to make one.
I just have one question,
Okay?
as always. When it comes to the coding, and I know we're doing all of these separate, but does the Bureau feel that these need to be all together? Like, if under our discussion, we don't feel at this time that under validation and sampling process that we're able to make a motion today and want to hear more comment and have more conversation, would the Bureau want us to do this all as a group because this would be going into one, or, so I wanted to ask that before we made any kind of motion today, so.
Thank you for asking. I think it would not make sense to approve the manual, which includes both the coding changes and the random sampling process, unless you're comfortable approving both of the other two today. I think it would be fine to go ahead and probably helpful to go ahead if the board is ready to approve the coding changes so we can get that out of the way. And then depending on how the discussion goes later today with the random sampling process, if the board is comfortable with all components of that, the board could approve that and we could publish all of these things. Or if not, we could wait to publish the manual until both the petition codes and the random sampling process had been approved. So basically for this, I don't think there's any need to wait if the board's ready, but for the manual, that shouldn't be approved unless the board has approved all of its constituent parts.
So I guess the question is whether the board is ready for a motion on the petition,
I think
on the
that
codes.
everything we're looking at with the codes is purely procedural. There's nothing beyond a simple bookkeeping procedure on that. I mean, I think we're ready to move on that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're not.
That we're not doing the whole package, yeah.
They don't want it to be piecemeal, that's why.
Yeah.
In that instance then, I move that the Board of State Canvassers approve the changes to petition validity codes and additional procedures described in the petition manual, statewide initiative, referendum, constitutional amendment, or statewide partisan nominating petitions produced by staff. Further, I move that the board direct staff to use the codes and procedures described in the manual when processing petitions, effective for petitions submitted after today, Monday, March 20th, 2023.
Do we have a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We will now move on to agenda item 4, consideration of proposed updates to the random sampling procedures, including expansion to statewide candidate petitions. And for myself, it would be helpful if we first talk about the sampling procedures for initiative petitions and then address what I think is a separate question about whether we would have sampling with regard to the verification and validation of candidate petitions. So with that, would you speak first, Director Brader, and tell us what you are looking for here with regard to the sampling procedures used for initiative petitions?
Sure, happy to do that. So, as the board knows, the random sampling process that the board has used to evaluate statewide initiatives for initiated laws, referendums, and constitutional amendments was originally developed in the 1970s and applied in the 1980s, and hasn't been meaningfully updated since that time. And though we didn't really think it was likely that the math had changed such that the sampling was no longer statistically valid, because of the passage of time and because of questions that have come up throughout the review process, and frankly, because the computer that we use to run this program is no longer made, we thought it made sense to have an expert, independent expert, come in and consult and give us some advice on the viability, the validity of our current sampling process, and possibly some improvements and updates that can be made. So we did contract with Raymond Group for that, and they have provided to the board, which is also on our website, a memorandum of their analysis, and give us some advice on the viability, the validity of our current sampling process, and possibly some improvements and updates that can be made. So we did contract with Raymond Group for that, and they have provided to the board, which is also on our website, a memorandum of their analysis. And we're going to also have a presentation from Raymond at early this afternoon. So I think our discussion may carry us until they're available, but if not, we may need to take a short break. A couple of things that we wanted them to look at were, one, whether basically our sampling model is still accurate and reliable, and whether it meets the best practices for statistical review and auditing, whether the face review process should continue, whether it's worthwhile, and then other changes we could make that would make the administrative process easier for the board, for the bureau staff, for candidates and challengers, and everyone else involved in the process. So a couple of sort of big takeaways here, and I won't just read off the whole memo because you have that and it's online. But we have a lot of steps in the process right now. We have a limited number of days between one of these petitions comes in and when we need to make our report to the board, and then the board has very little time to consider that before it has to be approved. And then, as the courts have noted, they have very little time to make any decisions if there's a lawsuit brought. There's only so much that we can do about that time crunch without the legislature moving some deadlines around, which we hope they will. But we did basically determine that the face review process is really the lowest hanging fruit in terms of how we can use those 60 days more effectively. We use about 2/3 of the time currently going through each and every one of the tens of thousands of sheets and determining whether there is some reason to throw out that entire sheet, and then draw from, create the universe of sheets and signatures that are drawn from after those have been excluded. The other thing that we do that takes quite a bit of time is counting signatures on each sheet and numbering sheets, after which we have then currently been reshuffling the sheets to basically re-randomize them to some extent before we stamp them and then start drawing the random signatures. That also takes about a quarter of the 60 days. So between those two, that's most of the time, really the vast majority of the time that we have. And then we do pull a random sample. It's usually approximately 500 signatures, although we ask the computer program to pull in some extra ones because we sometimes have misses where it will say pull, signature 6 on sheet 500, and there's actually only 3 signatures on that sheet, so then we have to redraw. But then only after that do we then have the universe, which we then make available or then we have the sample, which we then make available to challengers, and then we start reviewing those signatures. We accept or reject them based on our findings, and then we also will get challenges to individual signatures, which we'll consider in turn. Sometimes they overlap with determinations we've already made, but sometimes challengers will identify correctly signatures that we missed that should be rejected. We also have the possibility right now to do a two-stage sample, which we usually don't have to do, but is designed to be used in cases where the original sample of about 500 is not enough for the approved formula to provide a level of statistical confidence that meets the board's minimum requirements to approve or reject. So if it falls in the pull more range, we then pull an extra about 2,000 more signatures to get a bigger sample and then a higher degree of confidence in the result. So when Raymond looked at all this, again, you have their direct report and recommendations and can hear directly from them in a bit. But what they found was that there were a few things that as we suspected we could do to increase the efficiency of the process. One is they've just recommended that we don't do face review when we're random sampling anymore. They ran a simulation, basically, of petitions that, based on existing data, to try to determine, basically just, I think it was thousands of simulations, at least hundreds of simulations, where if you run it two ways, one with a face review, where you first take out all the sheets, then have a smaller universe, and then run the sample out of that universe, or option two, where you just pull the random sample from all of the sheets, and they found that there wasn't any statistical difference in the projected validity rate. So again, they can explain that better than I can, being the experts on this, but basically, I think it does make sense intuitively that any number of bad signatures that happen to be on one of those sheets where every single one is bad is just going to get pulled representatively in the universe. So if you take out, say, 30,000 bad signatures before you run the sample, you're then going to have a higher validity rate in that universe, but you're also going to need more signatures to be valid because you have a lower base from which you're projecting. So basically, it's proportionally the numerator and the denominator kind of move at the same time, and doing the random sample doesn't really change the projected result in any statistical way. So that's a big one where we could save a bunch of time. The other thing that they recommended, they said that we didn't need to reshuffle. That wouldn't actually that doesn't actually randomize anything because they're already pulling random sheets, so we could do away with that. And then they also recommended changing the way that we draw the way the computer program instructs us to pull signatures. So instead of saying pull signature line 6 or signature line 8, it's instead saying pull the 6th signature on that line, wherever it happens to be. So if there is if there's a blank on the 6th line, it would then still tell us to pull, the 7th signature on that line, basically reducing the number of instances where we have misses by just changing the logic of the computer program in a way that doesn't actually change anything statistically or methodologically, but does just account for this reality that sometimes there's a blank sheet. And then the other thing, the other main thing, just talking about initiatives, would be to go to just a one-stage sample. And the number that we are recommending for the statewide petitions would be, we're recommending the 1,000 number, right, for statewide petitions, or the 750? For candidates? For statewide initiatives. Yeah, 1,000, sorry. So what they found was that if we use a sample size of 1,000, that would give us a average margin of error of 2.3% at a confidence rate of 90% based on the validity of the sample, which again is something that Raymond explains much better than I can statistically. But that would be considered a good margin of error and a best practice for confidence factor. It would actually be an improvement in terms of what we currently do, in terms of having a lower margin of error than the average margin of error we typically have. Basically, instead of starting with about 500 with a possibility of going up to 2,500, we would just pull 1,000 every time, and that would give us a low margin of error on average. It would also reduce any confusion about why we're using one stage versus two stage samples and just sort of simplify the process. The remainder of the recommendations are talk about using this for candidate petitions, which I understand we're going to talk about later. But just to summarize what Raymond's recommendations are, would be to eliminate the face review, again, eliminate shuffling of the petition sheets. When pulling a sampled signature, gather the signature corresponding to the numerical position, so the fifth signature on the line, as opposed to the line number, so as opposed to line 5, which we currently do. Going to a one-stage sample in all cases, which is larger than the first stage we currently use. And then finally, this is not really part of the statistical analysis, but just the reality that we can't use the computer program we currently use. The Visual Basic for Applications tool, which is part of Microsoft Excel, can be used, according to Raymond, to run the same random sampling process. And so that would be the software program that we would use going forward. And the rest of it is about candidates. The last thing I'll just say is that other than, I think, being a little bit easier to understand because there's fewer steps in the process, and providing a little bit more predictability in terms of what each review is going to look like, this would also give us a lot more time, both for the staff and for petition sponsors and challengers, because we could utilize more of that 60-day period to make the sample available, to give challengers time to look at them, for us to review the challenges, for sponsors to respond to the challenges. That process right now is extremely compressed, and nobody is happy with it. It doesn't really work well for any of us. So this, by freeing up this time, it would still be a lot to do in a relatively little amount of time. And again, we would still like to see some of those deadlines change in the election law. But this would give us a fair bit more time to work with to get our recommendations done. So that's essentially a non-expert summary of the recommended statistical sampling changes. And I understand that we have some comments on this. I'm also happy to answer any questions that I can, and then in a bit we'll have someone from Raymond who can answer the more technical aspects of the statistical recommendation.
So I would invite my fellow canvassers to direct questions before we take comments from the public.
I have a question for Director Brader. Director Brader, in the Raymond memo and also in what you've just said, you've spoken about the software that's currently used. I noticed one item you mentioned the computer as a singular item, as perhaps a server. Raymond, on the other hand, is looking at this as a group of PCs that are, my assumption was, were being run by individuals. What is the software package that's currently being used, and what is it written in?
I don't know if I can answer that question for you offhand. It's old. So I mean, yeah, it runs on Microsoft Windows, on a very old version of Microsoft Windows that you cannot run on new computers. I don't know the name of the software program. What's that?
Is this one machine that's running, for example, if a bunch of petitions come in, one machine that's running the sampling?
Yes. So we have to do these things one at a time anyway, but yes, we can only run one petition through sample, or one universe through the program to generate the sample at a time.
But you don't know what it's written in or what program it is you're using?
I don't know that offhand.
Could you
Adam,
find
do
that out for us?
It's a custom program, so it obviously that was written. Yes, I can try and find out what exactly it is.
I think it might be in one of the manuals.
Can I just ask a follow-up on that? You said you can only do one at a time. How long does that take to do that one?
I don't know that it takes the computer program. Do you know how long it takes the computer program to actually run it?
The program itself to run the sample and all that is relatively quick. There's a series of questions that you go through, and it's 10 minutes maybe, because it just spits out a sheet on like a notepad that says the information. It's usually the document that we give to the board. It's attached to the staff report. It just spits it out as a text file.
What is it taking as an input?
The number of sheets that have been submitted,
number of
the number of
sheets.
signatures that have been submitted, the sample, like the target, whether it's a one-stage sample, a two-stage sample, things like
You're
that.
just putting in some text and number parameters.
Correct.
It was essentially, what it's putting out is only as good as the input you're providing of, here's what we want you, here's what we want this computer to give us. And you have to tell it in certain, I'm showing my advanced age with the way I'm talking on this, but.
I think what you're saying, Tony, is that, in having been here the longest and like having gotten that, I've always wondered what that really was, that big, like 1.5 inch thick, and it would say line, I'm looking at the old one, but it would actually I don't know if I don't know if you guys have actually seen those. I'm thinking about that. I don't think that they have.
I just realized that too, so I can pull one up.
Yeah, that would be great, so that, because we would get these documents, but that makes sense though, because if all you're putting in is you have this many sheets, and there's this many signatures, and then it's spitting out, okay, I want this one, this is what I'm assuming, so please correct me if I'm wrong right now. Like if they prints out that document out, and so you're going to sheet number 27, you're going to line 8, and then physically checking that signature, correct?
That's correct.
So, yeah.
One thing that is I guess maybe not concerning, but something to consider, and I'll work this back. Raymond, they were very heavily involved with the redistricting commission process, with the selection of the individuals. If I recall correctly, that was their firm that provided the software that did the drawing that was televised, where to find each of the 5, or the Republicans, Democrats, and Independents, and they provided basically the math for how to do that. And it's all very complicated, but I think a firm like Raymond, people have faith that they're doing this, they're not gaming the system. And I don't think anybody on this staff, I'm not concerned about this from this staff, but something to consider would be when we decide on a new software, that it's somebody like a Raymond or that does that, and that staff doesn't have, intimate knowledge of that, so that a bad actor can't game the system by their knowledge of what's going into it and what they tell it to do. So I wanted to make that point. And then the other was just the simple fact of, that information is, well, I guess that's enough of my point for now. Be wary of bad actors in the future having access to the inputs.
I think that follows to my question, and it's kind of two-part, if that's okay. So in our current system, is there any certification for the Bureau staff who actually does the inputting and all of that? And would there be is there certification on this new system that you are looking at us to have? I'm assuming that that's which way you'd like to go. Is there certification for those, and what kind of training is that to be able to handle this random sampling process? Tony, does that kind of cover what you're saying?
Yeah, frankly, a concern with the direction of some elements within both parties, that we protect this fundamental process from bad actors in the future.
Yes, I can, sorry, go ahead.
When you have inputted the data, the number of sheets and the number of signatures, I think those are the two variables that you put in, right? Then what you get is and this is in one of the analyses that we have, you get something that tells you the sheet number and the signature number, and you're suggesting that it should be like the fourth signature instead of signature number 4, whatever. But what, do you get then a document that has 500 signatures identified? That I know that it is then provided to the practitioners. So what's, I guess, what I'm grappling with, because I haven't seen it, is what does it look like?
So I can,
It shouldn't be anything very large, right? I mean, maybe Mr.
yeah, so I'll try to answer some of the previous questions while we're trying to pull up an example of that. So one, I was informed that the current software runs on APL, which Member Hauskamp can probably understand better than I can. But apparently that stands for a programming language, I just learned. So that's an older programming language from the 1960s. And apparently the problem is that Microsoft no longer has the correct version of dynamic library files that it needs to interpret that, which is why we have to use an older version of Microsoft. This would be, I don't know the programming language that Microsoft Excel uses, but it would be a Microsoft Excel application. In terms of the input, I mean, whatever we're using would be, basically a randomizing software program. So it's just taking data that we input and giving us a random output. So there's no way that the software program would know, what each sheet or each signature looks like. So there's really, you'd have to have something that was actually looking at image files if you were going to try to have some kind of way to game the system. So I think that obviously the program that we use needs to be a reliable one, but I think that what we're really talking about is putting in data and getting a randomization back for us to then look at. As far as the report that comes out, I'm hoping Adam can maybe talk about specifically what challengers and petitioners get when they ask for the sample, just to explain. I don't think this would be that different from what they get now, but it might look a little bit more modern.
Yeah, so I did find some examples. So 2 examples, and I can bring my computer down so you can see it as well. But what comes out is when we're drawing the sample, so you put in, it's objective things that we put in, it's objective numbers, it's how many sheets were filed, how many signatures were filed, and it spits out what we call call sheets, and it tells us sheet whatever, signature number, whatever. It is in the memo as well. You can see kind of what it looks like, as Mary Ellen pointed out, as Chair Gerwitz, pointed out. And so it gives an example, and that's where we go to pull sheet 94 and we look for line number 4, and that's what it looks like. The document that we had for one of the drives that came in is about 30 pages. It's in 2 parts because as Jonathan indicated, we request a sample size. You have to request at least 500 because it accounts for misses. It accounts for blank lines, things like that as we call them, where the line might be crossed out, or maybe there's nothing on line 4 because there's only 2 signatures on that sheet. So we just call that a miss and we move on to the next sheet. And so we always have to ask for more than the 500 so we can get to a 500 sample. And then there's just 30 pages of basically suggestions. You get to ask for how many you want out. So we ask for maybe 800 depending on what the average sheet, the average number of signatures per sheet is. So if the drive averages 4 signatures per sheet, we would probably ask for maybe 800 to 900 roughly, to account for misses, knowing that 60% of them are probably going to be a miss then. And that's how we go through and actually poll. The second thing that we get is what's usually attached to the staff report that we do that gives the range in there. It gives the sample size, and it's this to this is certify, this to this is poll more, and then anything below this is to recommend denying certification. So there's 2 things that we get, and like I said, I can pull, I can send it down and.
And a question, you, go ahead.
So you then, if you have 500, your call sheet has identified 500 signatures, and those, then you make those 500 petition sheets available to to the sponsors, because they don't know what your page numbers are, am I right?
You are correct. We make it, I just want to clarify, we make it available to anybody who wants it.
Okay. So you have, there's this earlier summary of how you count. So you've still got to do that. You're going through and you're bait stamping, presumably.
Correct.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
So you would be, what do you mean essentially?
Well, I don't know if it's technically a bait stamp, but
Oh.
it is a bait stamp. Yes, we are. We are actually literally bait stamping.
And so that will not change, because I noticed something in the Raymond memo about potentially finding a different way for some of these processes, but for purpose of moving forward, you still would do the hand count and stamp.
We would stamp. I think our plan, if this were to be adopted, would be that we will sort the sheets by number of signatures per sheet after we stamp or before? Before. So we will first sort them by number of signatures per sheet, although we certainly recommend that petitions sort them like that way before they get them to us for faster processing. But if they're not sorted, we'll verify that we will sort the sheets by number of signatures per sheet after we stamp or before? Before. So we will first sort them by number of signatures per sheet, although we certainly recommend that petitions sort them like that way before they get them to us for faster processing. But if they're not sorted, we'll verify regardless. We'll sort them by number of signatures per sheet. Then we would stamp them. And then we would actually use high-speed scanners, which we now have, to scan all the sheets in different groups based on the number of signatures per sheet. And then we could simply count the number of sheets in the PDF that it generates and multiply that rather than hand counting them. We would also have procedures in place to make sure there wasn't a scan error by looking at the numbers. But basically, we'd be just using a machine to help us count, and we'd otherwise be doing the same thing.
You said you recommend that they sort by the number of, is it possible for us to require some of these things to make it easier for the staff? I mean, part of what you're recommending here are steps that will make it easier for staff to process and to use their time efficiently. It seems to me that one thing we ought to at least consider is whether there can be requirements for the petition sponsors to provide their information in the way that is most useful for us.
Make them restructure it.
Yeah.
We can talk about
Sure,
that.
I like that idea. Off the top of my,
Because
one reason, and maybe this is just mathematically impossible, and I'm just being tinfoily, if, would there be a way to concentrate your problems or your fraud by having people batch them that way? And that, I don't want to derail us, but that gets me to a question I had about the lack of shuffling.
is it commutative?
Does it, if you're, okay, well, we're going to put all of our bad fraudulent crap in the sheets with 8 signatures. Like that's just something I'm thinking through. So
a couple questions there. I don't know if we could require it. We'll look at that and recommend something. We may have trouble practically enforcing the requirement that they be grouped by number of signatures per sheets, because I think if we tried to reject on that basis, it could be problematic, but we can certainly look at it. In terms of not, sort of organizing them into number of signatures per sheet and then, numbering them and drawing the sample based on that without reshuffling them, recombining them. Raymond's analysis was that didn't make any difference to randomization, and I don't think it does, because with a computer program just randomly picking sheets, it's not like trying to pick sheets equally from each, number series. It's just randomly picking each sheet. So I don't think you'd have any better chance of defeating that random selection by putting all of your bad sheets on one side or the other. That's something that Raymond can probably better explain than I can, but I don't think that would help you if you were trying to do that.
Thank you. I failed math a few times, so I assumed I may be off base there.
Not my strong suit either.
I have a question about what Raymond did, and it may be that we should wait to ask them, but they did simulations that says on a hypothetical petition using data from several 2022 petitions. Does that mean, I don't understand using data from several petitions. It seems to me that it would make more sense to do one petition to see if you reach the same result. Why would you be using data from several?
I think it was to provide, and again, yeah, it is a better question for Raymond, so perhaps I'll just keep my answer short. But I think it's basically to provide as many different simulations in different environments. So different numbers of sheets, different numbers of signatures, different validity rates, gives you more, sort of a wider diversity of data that you're using to project what the results would be, based on the fact that in the future, we're also going to have varying rates of signatures and sheets and validity rates. And so I think the idea is that if you just use it based on one petition, you don't get as, you might find something that works really well for that type of petition in terms of the number of signatures and validity rate, but if you try to apply it more broadly, the results wouldn't be as expected. I think that's the logic, but Raymond can explain that better than I can.
You're using an old program. I understand that, and I know the difficulties with that. The Visual Basic solution that Raymond is proposing doesn't seem like it's a whole lot better. But I have a question for you, just in terms of the technology available today to the state of Michigan. Things like machine learning, things like AI, some of the technology statistically that's out there. You could actually increase your sample size, use machines to determine whether signatures passed or failed, and then put your choke point for human verification on the backside of it. So the machine looks at 500,000 signatures, says, here's 5,000 of them that we think are suspect, and now you draw your sample from what's already been determined. Has anybody looked at some of those types of things?
I believe at least one other state does use automated signature verification as a first step. Like, again, I think basically they use a computer program to determine if a signature matches, and if it rejects it, then a human looks at it to verify. So I think that's a viable option if the board wanted to entertain that. That's not something that we pursued here. This was based on continuing human signature review, but improving some of the other steps in the process. But yes, if you used a computer to review signatures, you could obviously review a lot more quickly.
Wouldn't that also accomplish your ability to save an enormous amount of time? Or certainly the machine is going to be doing the work and you're going to be doing something different.
I would expect that it would, but we'd have to look at the specific process to be able to answer that for sure. But certainly, yes. I mean, a computer, if we had a automated signature verification program that we could use effectively with our technology, that would certainly be faster than human beings looking at signatures.
I'm going to go back to my question. Currently, we only do one initiative at a time. Is there a certification process for the Bureau staff that handles the random sampling process? Is it like one? Is it most of the staff? I'm just trying to understand, like, internally how that happens.
So the staff that input the data into the random sampling process, that's an experienced staff member. So it's not certification per se, but there's training on the petition process, and it's only done by a qualified, experienced staff member. We do utilize contract staff, temporary staff to help with some of the sheet review, but the more complex elements of it are done by experienced staff.
And going forward, if, you're looking at a different system, is there a certification for that system? Or are they considered a qualified?
Well, I think the data entry would pretty much be the same. I don't know that, I mean, we certainly would want to make sure that the person using it knows how to use the software application. And so we could certainly, I imagine the individuals who would be responsible for this, or the individual who would be responsible for this would take whatever software application training was available. But I don't believe that it would require a huge amount of technical expertise to input the data into these programs.
And then my first one is just a general question. What made the Bureau decide to use Raymond?
I think we put out a request for proposals, and they bid on it.
I would like to ask Mr. Hauskamp a question because he has much more expertise, I think, than any of us here. And that is, if you are using a machine to review the signatures, presumably it could also count them? I mean, that seems like a pretty basic function.
It would seem like it should be able to count them. It would seem like it should be able to, perform a number of functions. Even if you didn't allow the machines to be the definitive authority, it could at least pre-process the data for you in such a way that that saves a huge amount of time on the background. Doesn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
is this being done by anyone else?
Has nobody watched Terminator 2?
So again, I believe there's at least one state, I don't want to get it wrong, so I'd like to research this before I get back to you, but I do believe that at least one other state uses automated signature review, at least as part of the process of reviewing petitions.
Director Brader, if you used an automated process, even in a trial period, it doesn't take away your ability to use a manual process. If you run if you ran an automated process for some of this and pre-processed it or did some of those steps, you would still be left with the opportunity to go in and do a physical audit, much the way an auditor would, right? You could still sample 500, or you could still sample 1,000, or you could still go in and challenge what the results were from the program or audit those results. You're simply saving a lot more time in terms of physical counting of things and in terms of matching signatures. When you match a signature on qualified voter today, I noticed Raymond too had a number of references to, is there a procedural approach to how you evaluate whether my signature matches the qualified voter file?
Yeah, I mean, there's a standard that our staff uses, which is actually laid out in the manual, to determine whether a signature matches.
How long does it take someone to actually measure a signature, an individual signature?
I think it probably, I mean, I don't actually know the answer to that. I couldn't give you a reliable average. I think it typically, if it's a match, it's usually only a few seconds. If there's something that's determined not to be a match, staff will usually look at it longer to determine if there are redeeming qualities, if it appears that, the signature may look different because of advanced age or disability, if there are elements such as, the first letters of each name being matching, but some of the later letters not, because the voter has started to use more of an abbreviated signature over time. That can take longer. So typically, it will take, the actual reviewing of the signature process is not a particularly long amount of time, but that's part of also verifying whether the person's registered, looking them up in qualified voter file. And so that process, I think, is usually about a few minutes per signature.
Is it subjective enough where you and I and Adam, for example, could all three of us look at a signature and come to different conclusions as to whether or not it was a valid signature or not?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I could promise that three people would always have the same determination. I think that when we reject a signature, it's reviewed by experienced staff before it's rejected. So typically, the experienced staff members are applying, or they are applying the same standard before something to be rejected.
And that is a determination that can be challenged by the petition sponsor or by somebody who's objecting. Isn't that correct? So if you say, if you have your 500 signature sample and you reject 10 of them because you say the signatures don't match, the sponsor can come back and say, they look good to me, let's look at it more carefully. Isn't that part of the process?
Yeah, the board can obviously go behind our determinations, and if the board members think the signature matches or doesn't match, you all have the authority to overrule us, certainly. And then, of course, someone could go to a court as well, and a judge could determine that themselves. So we're not the final word on that.
And that question wasn't intended from that to cast a shadow. It was intended only of the idea that if you're looking at comparing signatures, what is that standard, and is there an automation that could match that standard?
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, it is possible to use, we'd have to look at whether we can do that for, under the election law, et cetera, but in general, it is possible to use automated signature verification as a step in the process. I think we would still need to look at, and I say as a step in signature review processes, because I know other states utilize them in different contexts. We still would need to look at, if we were to do that, how that would fit into the broader review. I would anticipate we might still need to have some kind of random sampling because, for example, if we ran 500,000 signatures through automated signature verification and the computer said that, 380,000 of them were good and 120,000 of them were bad, if we had to then look at those 120,000 and verify they were bad, that's not something we could do.
You would still have to have the same, it would simply move the goalpost as to where your manual and where your sampling process happens, right?
It would.
You would simply have a step ahead of it that would help you reduce the data down.
Yeah, I would anticipate it would allow us, assuming that it sped up the review process, it would allow us to take a larger sample. Again, this is for Raymond, but I don't know that drawing a larger sample, there's diminishing returns in terms of reducing the margin of error when you increase the sample more and more. And I think the chart here actually shows that to some extent, where like if we were to sample, say, on page, we don't have page numbers, I'm sorry. On page.
Third one from the back.
Yeah, thank you. Third one from the back of the memo, you can get down to 1.4% average margin of error when you get up to 2,500. But my understanding is that as you go up more and more, you reduce that margin of error less and less.
And, along with the old computer, you have the 90% that was put through in '79. I would guess that's probably older than the computer. Is there a need here to look at increasing that? You're trying to get a 90% confidence factor. Are we at a point in history where you could get a 95%? I know in a lot of industries, 90% would not be considered I wouldn't want to fly on an airline that had a 90%.
Well, I think, according to Raymond's analysis, the 90% confidence level is a high degree of confidence, according to auditors. Again, Raymond could possibly answer what it would take to go higher than that. But again, that's a minimum confidence rate. In practice, we often end up with a higher confidence rate than that. But that's the minimum that the board would accept.
Don't the sample results provide that confidence level percentage, if I'm remembering that correctly?
That's right. So in fact, most of the reports that we submit, it's not close. And when it's not close, the confidence level is often like 99 or 100 because it's made it by such a big margin or not made it by such a big margin that statistically there's virtually or sometimes 0% chance, well, I guess virtually 0% chance that a different sample would cause a different result. But when it is close, when you are close to the threshold, that's where the confidence rate is lower, closer to the 90% threshold.
So I'm looking at this report on counting, and it says that it takes 25% of the 60-day process and took staff approximately 463 personnel hours over 5 business days. That's huge. And that seems to me that even if you're not using some machine processing to verify the signatures, if you just use the machine to count them, that would be a really substantial improvement over the process you have, would it not?
I think it would. I mean, this process would still take a fair amount of time because we still would need to number the sheets. And I think this step includes sorting. So, I mean, we'd still need to sort tens of thousands, sometimes close to 100,000 sheets, but not having to count them manually would reduce that amount of time.
Why would you need to sort them?
Because the way we count them is to sort them into number of sheets or signatures per sheet and then count the number of sheets in each
But
category.
couldn't the machine do that?
Possibly. It would need to account for the fact that sometimes a sheet will have entries on more lines than it actually has signatures. So if there's a crossed out signature or a blank line, sometimes there'll be 6, 7, 8 lines on that sheet that are completed, but there's actually only 5 signatures on there. So that,
I'm assuming
yeah.
a really well-programmed machine that can look and not count a crossed out, or not count something that doesn't have a street address.
There are optical scanners and programs right now that would be able to take your handwriting, and my notes are atrocious, and I can run them through, and it's got virtually, 99.9% accuracy. So it seems like with your petition sheets, even if it required a modification to a petition sheet to make it more machine-friendly, it seems like you've got a lot of room there to play. You wouldn't have to count any more sheets. You wouldn't have to, as a matter of fact, it should also be able to determine the information on top. Was the county correct? Was the city correct? A lot of information that right now you're doing on a face review. Wouldn't it be nicer to put all those 100,000 sheets into a machine and have it come back to you and say, here's the 20 that have a problem?
If I may, don't ask this to be a smart aleck, this issue itself is not something we're looking to deal with or discuss today, correct? Like, it's not on the table that we'll have machines do this.
I don't know. I think you've opened up a larger issue here. This is an entire process that you're looking at overhauling. And
Which is why
if you have people making
Ask the
recommendations,
question.
we should make them too. Or at least open.
Yeah, I'm not saying we shouldn't ask questions, I'm just thinking,
That has not been recommended.
Yeah.
right,
But
that's,
we might recommend it to them.
Yes.
yeah, I don't see myself getting there.
A machine.
I have
Not replace them.
I have a different question.
We would do other things.
And it's going to go basically to the QVF, the qualified voter file. We've been utilizing the qualified voter file for a number of years. And obviously, in the conversation, when they adopted the sampling procedure, it was back in 1980. And yes, I was born. I always have to say that to some people. But your signature on the QVF, when does that get updated? Because I know that when I first registered to vote, back when I turned 18, that signature is not the signature I use anymore. And I'm not talking about like last name, I'm just talking like physically my signature, I have changed it over the years. So when does that happen? If we're going to be utilizing the QVF, and that's one of the reasons that we want to remove the face review, and yes, it takes a lot more time, but if we're going to utilize the QVF, when does that get updated with someone's signature because of age, or someone like me who decided they wanted to write their J's different?
Yeah, it depends on the voter and the types of transactions they have. If you don't have a driver's license, it will never be updated, unless a clerks have the ability to update signatures, and we instruct them that, so I shouldn't say never, it often won't be. we instruct clerks, for example, if they get a signature that doesn't appear to match on an absent voter ballot application or an absent voter ballot envelope, and they follow up with the voter, and the voter says, yes, that's my signature, we do instruct clerks to update the signature on file, and then that goes in a qualified voter file. We also have the ability, and we're sort of in the middle of building this process, and we've rolled it out to some extent, to have a more automated process where when new signatures are captured in the driver file, those replace the one that's currently on file in the qualified voter file. But that's kind of done on a rolling basis. So it depends on the transactions you've had. But I mean, it is often the case that your signature on the qualified voter file could be decades old and not have been updated.
It's been a while since I updated my driver's license. Just thinking. Do we sign?
To do it, I think every.
Well, no, I know, but I'm thinking like your signature, is it our actual signature on paper or is it on the pad? I'm sorry, I just don't remember. Because my signature when I use an electronic pad is way different than if I'm writing on a piece of paper.
I believe the
I look like I'm stumping people.
So we're in the there's a variety of technology changes at the driver's side of the Department of State, which I am not involved in. So I couldn't tell you for sure, but typically, I mean, for most people, it's a signature that's on paper and then scanned in. I think there may be some ability to capture it on a pad at this point as well.
The driver's license signature is quite a good signature.
I'm just asking.
It looks like
Yeah.
what they call a wet signature, right? It's
Right.
not, yeah.
So, but to the other point about the scope of this, I mean, we were looking at ways to streamline the review process with the assumption that we would continue to be doing manual review. We can certainly look at other ways that we can improve the process through, further use of automation, both in the sorting of sheets, which we do some of here, but we could do more of, and in terms of the review of actual sheets and signatures. I would anticipate that would be a many months long process to scope out and make recommendations for. I'm not sure if that's something that we could do in this election cycle. I also don't know that it would necessarily be mutually exclusive from some of these changes. So I think it would be possible, if the board likes these changes, some of these changes, to make them and then in the future further augment the process or improve the process with more automation. But right now, we would be quite a ways away from being able to make a recommendation about how to use automation as part of the signature and sheet review process.
Well, a question about your recommendations that Raymond has made, and I guess also that work with your memo. Is this a take it or leave it set, or are these recommendations that can be reviewed and voted on, or reviewed and considered individually?
It's the board's process. So we recommend these changes, but the board can decide how they want the sampling process to work. So if there's elements of this that the board doesn't want to do, then that's up to you.
Can I ask you an easier question?
Sure.
You made a comment about going to a stage 2 review, not always happening. And so my question is in your experience and in your years of doing this, how many, is going to a stage 2 review a frequent occurrence, or is it something that rarely happens, or?
It's pretty unusual. We did do it one time when it wasn't actually statistically required, but the board had requested us to look at more. I don't remember another one. Is there?
The two most recent, we had to do a 2-stage sample on 2 petitions in 2018. I'm blanking on the name of the drive, but the issue dealt with prevailing wage, but I'm blanking on the name of the drive. And then the second one was the Promote the Vote in 2018. We had to do a 2-stage sample for both of those. And I think that was the first time in quite some time as well. And we have not done a 2-stage
I
since.
believe it was protecting Michigan taxpayers.
Thank you.
I was involved with that.
I almost was going to defer to.
Was it, did we not do a second on, or was it just another review on one of the right to life ones?
Yeah, that was the
too?
one, yeah. And that one, the statistical formula didn't require it, but the board requested that we look at more.
And I think,
So we did.
I think that comes to the question I have about face review. Because the petitions that were brought in front of us, and that goes back to coding, when you're talking about damaged. And I remember that some of those that were questionable, I think this is why the board at the time asked for an additional review, was an additional sample, because some of the petitions that were marked, that were coded a certain way, and I know, Eric, I think you were at, yeah, some of them that the damage was on the outside of where the actual text was, but then there was the one that was kind of folded, and then you could tell, but maybe you couldn't. So the board members, and me being one of them, we wanted to know, but those kind of things, those visual first, those things, if you're not going to do a face review of it, but you're going to number and stamp all of these, I guess, do you guys make notes of those as you're counting those out, even if before they go into the sample? The review, what you asked for was look at our random sampling process. Part of the process is a face review. But the sampling process is what they were actually, I'm assuming, they're looking at because I was just kind of going over theirs. And we engaged in a bureau to provide consulting services regarding random sampling when canvassing signatures. So, but the face review is part of it. But that would catch the glaring errors that would invalidate an entire sheet. And I will go back to protecting Michigan taxpayers, because the first attempt of that, I think it's the only thing that I actually kept the actual challenges for, because the box was about this big. And Tony, I think you might be able to agree with me that one was a little, the first go round. I don't know if you were involved in that one.
I'll look till council on what I should say.
Plead the fifth, it's fine. But the challenges themselves, when you looked at those, I know that it had a low validity rate. We'll all be honest about that. It did. It had a very low, I think it had the lowest at that time.
Failed spectacular.
It really did. But I think that, we just saw this board, I'm sorry, Richard, you didn't, but the rest of my board members, we just saw, and we know that we're talking about candidates that we're going to keep the process that we have right now, although we're going to have that conversation should they be sampling. But I guess the Bureau is, would you have found the issues that were found in those candidates if you found those same kind of issues before a sampling of an initiation or a constitutional amendment or a referendum? If that was when you're going through and I know we're talking about automation, we got off on that tangent, but physically right now, Bureau staff is going to look at every petition, stamp them, but it's not reviewing it, it's just all right, there's 10 signatures and this, but those glaring things would be there. And I guess that's where I'm sitting, is I understand the hours because you're going over the whole thing, but do you guys understand where I'm going with that kind of? Maybe.
Aren't
do,
the
and
hours important?
if I may, I'm comfortable with what Director Brader and Mr. Fracassi have laid out, and what Raymond kind of lays out mathematically in terms of, removing the face review process. It also falls into, from my perspective, one of my questions is, as a result of eliminating face review, how will staff handle obviously bad sheets when counting and numbering, which is and for me, that's a matter of just making sure that it's applied equally to all sides regardless of issue. if somebody turns in something that's shredded or coffee is just scattered all across the whole thing, you can't read it, then it should get in, if we're moving forward with this, in my understanding, that should get stamped and it's subject to the sample. I'm completely okay with that because, again, that's something for me that falls into, if you're turning these things in, take a look at them.
Wait, I think I said that. It's up to the, when you are submitting legal documents to the state, I know I've used that term a lot, that they should follow all of the rules before that, but, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a few, I think, good questions there, and I see we're joined by Raymond now, so I'm happy to start handing off some of the more difficult statistical questions that I should not be trying to answer. And the board can obviously decide if they want to go into that now or take a break, but in terms of damaged sheets, so obviously, if a sheet is damaged in a way that some of the missing text is, some of the needed text is missing, there can always be a factual dispute over when that got damaged. So under the existing system, a petition drive could say, when we submitted this to you, it was fine, and when you guys were processing it, you tore off a corner of the sheet. Not necessarily accusing anybody of doing that on purpose, but just it could happen, of course. I don't know that scanning the sheets really meaningfully increases or decreases the chance of that happening. Obviously, it would be possible that a sheet, before it is reviewed, could be damaged during the scanning process. But we would, if a sheet gets jammed or something like that, we would obviously make a note of that if it appeared to damage the sheet during scanning so that the drive wasn't penalized for that. I don't think that the additional sort of marginal risk of a sheet getting damaged during the scanning process is significant enough to offset some of the benefits of doing it that way. In terms of, I think, the sort of recognizing, I guess, obvious fraud as part of the process, I don't think that removing face review is going to, for random sampling, is going to change that too much, because if there is the level of fraud that was present in some of the petitions we saw last year, we would see those from the same circulators reflected in the sample, number one, and then we could look at more for purposes of referring it for investigation, for criminal investigation. As far as the outcome on that petition, it's the same regardless of why the signature is bad. It doesn't matter if it was because of fraud or mistake or whatever. If it's a bad signature, it's a bad signature, but we would still have the ability to look at that and refer it for investigation. Also, even though we're not face reviewing sheets, we're still looking at all the sheets. So some of those, to use the old adage that was repeated many times, sort of jump out and slap you in the face in terms of how obvious they are. And those are still things that we would see as we were looking at sheets, sorting them and stamping them, even though we're not face reviewing that. So that would be even though those would still go into the universe for sampling, those would still be opportunities for us to identify that and prepare to refer things for criminal investigation. So I don't think that effort would be significantly harmed by eliminating face review.
I just want a clarification right now. So when you do the face review and you do find these glaringly horrible petitions, they're not included in the random sample, or they are?
They're removed. Well, if there's a sheet that's facially invalid, we would take that out of the universe of sheets.
But if you saw a sheet where all of the signatures were in the same handwriting, you wouldn't say that's facially invalid.
Correct. Right.
Which would get us into we're going towards the candidate petitions where that was a more obvious problem, and we have to figure out how to deal with that. But that's for the next discussion.
Is the real, if the assumption here is that by going through, the process is to validate, but the process is really to find out if there's problems with petitions, right? I mean, that's kind of the unspoken. It seems like it's going to be always on the margins, right? It's either going to be a campaign or a petition that doesn't have just barely enough signatures, has virtually nothing to lose, to still pass, or it's going to be someone who's committed such an enormous amount of, the same name, over and over and over again on sheet after sheet after sheet. Is it always really kind of on the margins that you're either going to pass or fail?
Yeah, I think whatever system we use, there's always going to be a risk of the wrong result if it's extremely close to the margin, no matter what system you use. And I don't think there's going to be much risk of the wrong result if it's not close to the margin. But this process, while I think slightly more accurate than what we currently do, or more precise, I should say, than what we currently do, it's still going to have the same kind of obvious recommendations when we get the petitions that have well more than they need or not even close.
I know that some petition drives were using barcodes on their petitions, and I'm not sure what kind of management tool that was for them, or whether there was anything about it that would have been beneficial to us. Do you know, Mr. Fracassi?
I do not know. I would just be guessing.
No, I mean, this really is purely something that is a processing issue to try to save time and to clear more time at the end for people to challenge or people to verify. You guys have done a fabulous job of putting this together. I mean, and you really have come up with some great ideas. I want to tell you that because it sounds like we're peppering you with all kind of things, and I don't want it to sound that way. We're trying to help, I guess.
Well, yes, we are going to take a break. Okay. Why don't we take a break right now, recess until 1 o'clock? Yeah, would you suggest that this is a time for Raymond to address many of the questions that we have raised?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay, can you state your name, please, and your position?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me this afternoon. My name is Stephen Bland. I am a principal with Raymond. Raymond's a Michigan-based CPA firm, and I've spent the last 28 years heading up our governmental audit department, focusing on audits of municipal governments, school districts, counties, and the like. Have served as a member of the expert panel for the AICPA on the audits of state and local governments, and was engaged by the Department of State to provide consulting services in its regard, or review rather, of the statistical sampling. So that's a brief bit on my background. Happy to answer any specific questions on that, but I live in Grand Rapids, resident of the state for almost my whole life. So if you don't mind, I'll just go ahead and kind of walk through my presentation, unless you prefer to go directly to questions. Okay, we'll do the presentation first, and then you feel free to ask questions as we go. So an outline of what I've prepared to present to you today. I'm going to give a quick overview of current practice. I know you know this, but this will hopefully be helpful for everybody to be on the same page on how things are done today. Then I'm going to walk through just a few definitions of terms so that as we discuss recommendations, we're all kind of using a common language. So we'll be defining sampling, sampling risk, risk tolerance, confidence levels. We'll do all of that kind of as we go along. Then I'll describe the approach that Raymond took to this project in order to develop our recommendations, share the results of the approach that we took, and then ultimately what our recommendations are. I know just from walking in a moment ago, you've all had a chance to review the written report, but hopefully this will help encapsulate that as well. So in terms of current practice, the current methodology, which was designed around 1980, has followed a procedure when canvassing petitions for seeking an initiative, a referendum, or other state constitutional amendment. And as you were just discussing a few minutes ago, briefly, this begins with a face review of all the petition sheets. After all the sheets have been reviewed and any obviously ineligible sheets have been pulled out, the next step is for the remaining sheets, which is going to be the vast majority of them, to be organized, counted, and stamped from a control perspective. And then a two-stage sampling process would be followed from there. And we'll kind of talk through how that two-stage process has historically worked, but the idea is to try to be efficient and select as small of a sample initially as is possible in the interest of time, and then to determine whether that provided a sufficient margin of error or whether additional samples are needed. Once those samples are drawn, individual selected signatures would be compared to the qualified voter file, and then based on the results of that first stage, a second stage may or may not be required. Ultimately, that leads to a decision to either certify or reject the petition. Basic stuff. I know everybody's on the same page with that. So let me give you just a few pieces of definitional literature, and I'm going to actually be drawing from the AICPA's standards. That's the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. The AICPA is responsible for developing the rules that are followed in the auditing community. And while I recognize that canvassing petitions is not auditing, there are a lot of parallels in the methodology for sampling that we thought would be appropriate to apply here as part of our process of evaluating what the state's doing today, is it consistent with modern statistical theory? And so just as a reference point, again, recognizing that you're not subject to these definitions, I think that these are helpful putting the work that we did into context. So the auditing standards in Section 530 define sampling as the selection, picking, and evaluation, looking at something less than 100% of the population. And it's done in a way that the auditor expects that the sample that was drawn will be representative of the population taken as a whole. What that means is, because what we've looked at, even though it's not everything, because it bears a reasonable relation to the larger population, it provides a reasonable basis for drawing conclusions about the whole. You look at a part, you can draw conclusions about the whole. In this context, the auditing standards say representative means that an evaluation of the sample will result in conclusions subject to the limitations of sampling risk, which we'll define on the next slide, that are similar to what the conclusions that would have been drawn if the same procedures had been applied to the entire population. So the goal is, in order for a sample to be valid, when we look at that part rather than the whole, it should lead us to the same conclusions we would have reached if we'd looked at the entire whole. Moving on with other definitions, sampling risk then is the risk that the conclusion that's reached based on a sample might be different than the conclusion that would have been reached if the entire population had been looked at. That sampling risk is the risk that because you didn't look at everything, you reached the wrong conclusion. And sampling risk is something that has to be accepted at some level. In fact, our next paragraph here says the level of sampling risk that we're willing to accept drives how large the sample is. And the less risk you're willing to take, the bigger the sample will become, and that will help, that kind of drives that relationship. Confidence level, then, is defined as, in statistical sampling literature, it uses terms like reliability and confidence level. Risk is the complement of reliability or confidence level. So, for example, we can reuse these two terms interchangeably. If you accept a 10% sampling risk, that is going to be considered a 90% confidence level or reliability level. So the risk is the part that is left remaining. The confidence level is the portion that you are able to take credit for. And so that 90-10 relationship, you can either refer to it as 90% confidence or 10% risk. They are the same thing, just worded differently. Ultimately then, risk tolerance is that amount of sampling risk that we're ultimately willing to accept. And I've switched gears now. We're not looking at audit literature from the AICPA. This is a report issued by the federal government through the Government Accountability Office, the GAO. And this book, this document called the Green Book, is their report on internal control in federal sling risk that we're ultimately willing to accept. And I've switched gears now. We're not looking at audit literature from the AICPA. This is a report issued by the federal government through the Government Accountability Office, the GAO. And this book, this document called the Green Book, is their report on internal control in federal, state, and local governments. The same concepts apply through the auditing literature, through the accounting literature, et cetera. And so they've defined this as risk tolerance is the acceptable level of variation in performance related to objectives and achievements. So risk tolerances are initially set, and then you have to evaluate whether it's appropriate for the system. The idea is we recognize ultimately we can't eliminate risk. We have to accept some degree of risk. And so one way of looking at it, one way of articulating that, is how much risk are you willing to accept? What is your risk tolerance? We also see that referred to as risk appetite in some of the literature. The terms are not technically the same, but for most conversational purposes, you can use them interchangeably. We recognize there will always be some degree of risk. We have to accept or tolerate some degree of risk. Now it only becomes a function of how much are we willing to accept. And all of those then lead us to a more practical application of that, which will be around the terms that we'll be discussing from this point going forward. And that is our margin of error. So margin of error is just the practical carrying out of our risk into real numbers. So I've given you just an example here that you'll find this both in our written report and also on the slide. So when you're projecting an error rate from a sample to the full population, there will be a range of potential results, and that is the practical application of sampling risk applied to real-world scenarios. So just for this example, let's say that you had a population of signatures that were submitted for review, and that population was 500,000 signatures. I know I picked nice big round numbers because that makes the math easier, but you'll understand the actual number would vary slightly from that. And let's say of those 500,000 signatures, we decided to draw a sample of 1,000 signatures to actually perform this review. If we pull 1,000 signatures and apply the procedures to compare them against the qualified voter file, we come back with 800 of those were valid. So we would say 80% of our sample was valid, so we would expect, in theory, that 80% of the total population would also be valid. Well, if you apply that 80% to the 500,000, that leads us to believe the actual number of valid signatures would be 400,000 signatures. Now, the likelihood of the actual number of valid signatures being exactly 400,000, it's possible, but it's not likely. We recognize that the nature of sampling is such that there will usually be a little bit above or below that number. And what the margin of error in this case calculates is that the actual number of valid signatures in that population would fall somewhere between 388,000 and 412,000. And that would happen 90% of the time. So that 90% of the time is our confidence factor, or you could call that a 10% sampling risk. And the margin of error is going to be that range, plus or minus 12,000 signatures, which can be expressed either as a hard number or as a percentage of the total number of signatures there. The bottom line is, if you're going to look at anything less than 500,000 signatures, there will always be some margin of error. Now, as you can imagine, if you were to draw a sample of 490,000 signatures, that margin of error gets really, really small. The likelihood of it not being representative gets tighter and tighter and tighter, but imagine the number of months of man-hours that would go into manually looking at 490,000 signatures. So we have to decide what is that margin of error that we're comfortable and willing to accept, and as we balance the cost and the need for that ultimate accuracy. So we can express that margin of error as a percentage. In this case, that's plus or minus 2.4%. That is how those 12,000 signatures shake out. And it's inversely related to the sample size. So the bigger you run your sample, the smaller that percentage gets. If you said, for example, I'm not comfortable with a 2.4% margin of error, I really need it to be smaller, the way to do that, in fact, the only way to do that, is to drive your sample size up. If you said, gosh, I don't really want to test 1,000 signatures to begin with, that's a big time commitment, you can reduce them, but recognize that will make the margin of error go up. So they will move in tandem in opposite directions. So until you are willing to test all 500,000 signatures, you'll never eliminate that margin of error, but it will get smaller and smaller. What we find, however, is there's a certain kind of a sweet spot where, while it does get smaller, the incremental effort that goes into achieving those reductions in margin of error have a very diminishing return. So you'll be testing thousands and thousands more and not watching that margin of error get appreciably smaller, and that's the balance. That's the difficult decision that you need to make as you accept or ultimately make your decision on what you want to have for those margins of errors as your standard. And I am not doing a good job keeping my two screens aligned here. I apologize for that. All right, here we go. So our approach. Raymond was engaged through a competitive process by the state to review, validate, and/or recommend changes to the current methodologies. So essentially, take a look at what's being done today and indicate, yes, that makes sense, or no, it should be changed completely, or it's okay, but there ought to be some minor tweaks to it. That was our initial marching order. Our second deliverable that was laid out in the RFP that we responded to was to make recommendations for replacement of or updates to the existing software tool that is used for making these random selections and validating or recommending changes based on those methodologies, and then ultimately to do what we're doing today, to come in and have an opportunity to describe what's been accomplished and answer any questions that we can. So the approach that we took was very practical. The paper that was written back in 1979 and that has been updated since takes a very academic approach to sampling. And while we did read it carefully with an eye towards is there anything that's incorrect in it, I can say that from a theoretical perspective, there's nothing wrong with that report or with the approach. There's nothing about the understanding of statistics in the world that would have led that to no longer be valid from an academic perspective. What we set out to do was to prove it from a practical perspective, to actually put it through its test, put it through its paces. So what we did is developed an Excel-based testing model. So by using Microsoft Excel and Visual Basic for Applications, which is the programming language that Microsoft includes with Excel, we wrote a fairly simple program that just simulates the effect of doing random samples and comparing the results of the sample against the actual results, which we kind of preloaded the computer with and tested it many thousands of times. So we played with what happens if you change the size of the population, larger versus smaller. What happens if you change the size of the sample that's being drawn, larger versus smaller. And what happens if you conduct a face review or don't conduct a face review, and modeled all of those out many, many thousands of times. So the computer would just run a simulation, record the results, and then run it again, record the results, and at the end we could go back and look at 1,000 or 2,000 samples at a time, or test runs at a time, and talk through the results. Through an iterative process with management from the Department of State, we talked through different ways to try different mixes of population size and sample size, and ultimately drove down to the recommendations that we'll be seeing today. Now, throughout this process, one of the things that we wanted to validate was the confidence rate of 90%, which can also be described as the 10% sampling error rate that exists, the sampling risk, I should say, that exists. And that 90% confidence rate, we believe, continues to make sense, and we'll explain that why as we get into our specific recommendation. So everything was based on that 90% confidence rate, and I'll explain why in just a minute. So I'm not going to walk through the live Excel. I'm not actually even connected to my computer here, but this is a quick screenshot just to kind of give you an understanding of how the Excel model worked. I'm happy to pull it up and go over specific questions later. But briefly, what you're seeing, 3 different excerpts from different screenshots here. On the left, we're seeing the sample data. So in this particular case, I'm looking at a sample data with 750,000 signatures, and that was spread over 150,000 sheets. So use some random numbering generation to create this sample data, made sure the numbers were all rounded off to nice even numbers so that we could more easily understand it. So there's 150,000 sheets out there, and there were 750,000 signatures spread across those. That means some sheets only had 1 or 2 signatures on them, just like they do in real life. Some were fully loaded with 10 signatures on them, just like they'd be in real life, with everything in between. Then we intentionally preloaded the data with a mix, saying, I just identified in Excel, these were going to be valid signatures, these were going to be invalid signatures, and they were spread throughout the population such that there were 562,500 signatures that were legit, and the remaining were not. So out of the whole population, that's the 75% of the signatures were good, 25% were bad. We needed that as a starting point, because now what we're going to do is draw samples and see if they came to the same conclusion as the right answer. In the real world, you never know the right answer, because you never look at 100%. But in my case, I was controlling the sample data, so we were able to know exactly what we wanted the answer to ultimately end up being. Looking at the last few large petitions that went through, we used that as a basis for picking amounts that were real-world conditions. Obviously, no single petition recently had these numbers exactly, but this was sort of a nice rounded average of a few real-world examples. And based on those real-world examples, we found that the number of sheets that get pulled during face review, out of 150,000 sheets, it typically would land somewhere in that 5,000 sheets that would have been identified and pulled out through the face review process. So we made sure the sample data reflected that. And the way I did that was simply, anytime you have a sheet where every single signature on that sheet was invalid, we said it failed the face review, and that was kind of the way we simulated that data. So what you can see on the left, and I know it's small on the screen, fortunately those of you who have it in front of you probably can read it better on your hard copy, is 75% of the signatures were valid before face review. If you were to pull those 5,000 sheets out that would have failed face review, then 76.3% of the remaining signatures are valid. And it makes sense that that percentage would go up, because when you get rid of wholly invalid sheets, what's left, we've gotten rid of a lot of the invalid, we haven't gotten rid of any of the valid, so the percentage would go up for what remains. So the question of face review then becomes, is it better to try and hit 75% of the whole or 76.3% of what's left? At the end of the day, it ends up working out to be exactly the same thing. It's just a different way of measuring it. The middle part of the screen here just shows the very simple way we were tracking the process. So I would tell the software how many samples to draw. In this case, 1,000 is the example I showed here. Draw a sample of 1,000 signatures. And in this case, it ran for about 4 hours going through and running that test over and over and over again. There's probably 5,000 different runs that went through there. And ultimately, on the right, you can see the results. And so this long table, it's hard to read, but I can just interpret it for you here. What it's saying is, how many times out of those, and this is collectively 10,000 samples that I ran, how many times did the sample exactly match the right answer? I know what the right answer was. The right answer was that there were 562,500 signatures. But when I drew a sample and projected it, only 286 times out of 10,000 did it hit it right on the money. Now, that's not surprising. That's my margin of error of 0. I told you, it's not really attainable. It can happen, but it is so statistically unlikely to happen, I would never want to hold your breath for that. Now, we work our way down the list and say, well, if we're really trying to get to a 90% confidence level, if I can say 90% of the time or better, my margin of error will be less than, that's the yellow highlight. 90% of the time or better, we're going to be within 2.3% plus or minus of the right answer. Now, it begs the question, is 2.3% close enough? And the answer is right back to the conversation you were having just before the break. It's life on the margins. If you know that the number of signatures needed, that they've exceeded it by 10 or 12 or 15%, a 2.3% margin of error doesn't concern you at all. If you think that they've cleared the bar by 1%, now suddenly a 2.3% margin of error becomes far more problematic. And the challenge, of course, is you will never know how close they are until you do your sample. So you can't use that information to inform your sample up front. You can only run the sample first and then find out what those results were. What we can do, however, is look backward. We can look back at previous petitions. We can look back at the results of previous samples and see what is sort of an understandable and what is a realistic confidence level and margin of error to be working back from. So that's sort of the methodology. I'm, again, happy to answer more questions on all of these, but that brings us to the point of our specific recommendations. So let me walk through each of those, and then I'll just open it for whatever questions that you have. On each of our recommendation slides now, what I've done is laid out on the left side what your current practice is, and on the right side what our recommendation is. Now, these recommendations are ours, but they were made in consultation with staff from the Bureau of Elections. We definitely were very interested in their real-world experience in arriving at our recommendations. So today, you have a confidence level goal of 90%. We think that makes sense. If I can continue the analogy from the auditing world, in the auditing community, we would call a 90% confidence level a high degree of assurance or a high degree of confidence. 90 is sort of that gold standard. You're not going to get 100% confidence because that's how sampling works, not without ridiculously large samples, but that 90% rate is really what seems to be industry standard, and it's what you have been using since the inception of this program. Then the next thing is, what is your current margin of error? The current margin of error is an interesting question because the 1979 report didn't actually use that particular term. I told you margin of error is a practical application of some of the other statistical terms, just applied to real numbers. And so when we looked at the output from the software that's being used today, when you make an initial draw of 500, the way the sampling tables were shown inside your paper and the way your program calculated it, it said that that was a margin of error of 4.3%. And I'm not going to get into the statistical math that led to that conclusion, but when I ran thousands and thousands of tests, we came back that in practice, I think the margin of error was consistently within 3.2%, more than 90% of the time. So while your internal documentation would lead you to believe you were using 4.3, I'm going to give you more credit than that. I think from a practical perspective, you've actually been getting a 3.2% margin of error on your initial draws. And if you draw additional ones, then that can move that down further. But that 3.2% from a practical perspective has sort of been your real margin of error. We've recommended reducing that from the 3.2% you were getting, even further from the nominal 4.3% that the system said you were getting, to 2.5%. Now that, since it's plus or minus, that's a total band of 5%, but it's 2.5% up and 2.5% down from the starting point. In our view, and this is admittedly subjective and probably one of the most soft recommendations out of the entire body of the report, we feel this strikes the right balance between cost and benefit. There is inarguably a cost to drawing larger samples. The more time you invest in this, it costs real dollars in terms of personnel costs. It costs deadline crunch in terms of the days on the calendar that go by. And we recognize that you don't have unlimited resources, or we wouldn't be talking about sampling. You would just test all 500,000 signatures, all 750,000 signatures, and be done with it. That's not practical, so we know we have to monitor and manage that cost. The benefit that you get feels to us, and again, this this is subjective, that at that 2.5% margin of error, you are in that very comfortable spot. It's better than you've been getting at the 500, and we think that's a good balance. But we can talk more about that one a little bit later. The next recommendation is your practice of taking petition sheets, sorting them, counting them, and then randomizing them. The thought process today is, having received the sheets, we first put them into, I'll say buckets, but into piles is probably a better term. Put them into piles by the number of signatures on them. Here's all the sheets that have 1 signature, here's all the sheets that have 2, here's all the sheets that have 3. By organizing them that way, it then becomes much easier to count the total number of signatures. Imagine trying to sit down at an adding machine and say, 2 on this one, 5 on this one, 7 on this one. It would become very easy to get lost and have your count be wrong. By sorting them and having these are all the sheets with 1, these are all the sheets with 5, these are all the ones with 10, you can then count the sheets and just do the simple math, multiply the number of sheets by the number of signatures per sheet, and add up only, say, 10 numbers as opposed to adding up many, many thousands of numbers. That process continues to make sense to us in terms of organizing and then counting. That's a great and efficient way to get there, until we get to a point where there is reliable, commercially available, off-the-shelf software that can scan it, count it for you, and that you can trust the results. This seems to be the best manual process that's going to be available to us. The step that's being done today that we feel is no longer necessary is that process of then manually randomizing the sheets, essentially shuffling the pages back together to make sure that all the sheets with 1 signature aren't together and all the sheets with 9 signatures aren't together. That's being done today not because it somehow improves the overall randomness of them, because the computer, when it draws random samples, is going to be perfectly random, so that shouldn't be an issue. It's, if you have a deck of cards and you're going to pick a card from a random location in the deck, shuffling it will not change the odds of the same card being picked if it's really picked from a random location. The reason it's done today is because the current software doesn't know how many signatures are on each sheet, and so it just says, go to the 500th sheet and give me the 7th signature. There may not be a 7th signature on the 500th sheet, and by concentrating all the ones in one spot, we had a much higher risk of misses, selecting a signature that just doesn't exist. We feel with a small software modification, the software could be told how many sheets there are with 1 signature, how many sheets there are with 2, and then the software would know, while still being random, to not ask for a non-existent signature. It's not going to ask for the 5th signature on a sheet it knows only has 2. You can still design the software in a way that is completely random without having the significant risk of misses. How much time will this save you? That's going to be an estimate, but the time of manually shuffling all these pages together certainly adds some time, and we think would not add any incremental value if you pull that out of the process. So it's at least a small time savings through the process. The next current practice is that samples are drawn by petition sheet number and then by line number. For example, the signature that's found on line 7. Our recommendation is very similar. Continue to draw by sheet number. That has to happen. But then rather than asking for the signature that's on line 7, we recommend that you would draw the 7th signature. The reason for that is practical, and it has to do with the way you organized your sheets. When you go through and count a sheet and say this sheet has 7 signatures on it, it gets put into the pile of 7 signature sheets. We don't group them by what is the last line number used. So someone may have signed on line 1 very large and completely made line 2 unusable, and so this seemingly full sheet only had 9 signatures on it. It was put in the pile of 9. I don't want to be told that, well, I tried to pick the second line 2 on there. Well, I can't grab line 2 because this signature kind of went between them. Instead, by saying, give me the 7th signature on the list, it doesn't matter what numeric line number it's on. It's just count from the top down to the 7th signature. That will also reduce the number of misses, because now, if we've told the software up front how many signatures are on a sheet, and we've told it to only pick valid numbers of signatures per sheet, the only real chance you're going to get a miss here is human error in the process of putting things into the buckets to begin with. We'll never fully eliminate that, but I would love it if instead of having to draw 800 signatures to get 500 good ones, we could draw 502 signatures to get 500 good ones. That would be a huge efficiency gain for the process. So seemingly very small, just a nuanced change in how you refer to line numbers. The next current practice is that 100% of the petition sheets are subject to that face review, that is initially reviewed for obvious errors. We challenged whether that process intrinsically improved the accuracy of the samples. And logically, it did not make sense to us that it would, because as I described a few minutes ago, if you pull out all the sheets that you know are bad, that doesn't increase the odds of finding good signatures. It actually just raises the bar for how many good signatures you have to find. And so the amount that you saved by pulling out the bad is offset by now you have a higher bar to reach. But it's not enough for me just to tell you, logically, it doesn't make sense to me that you should need this. We decided, again, to put that to the test. I don't know whether you noticed it, but when we had those Excel screenshots earlier, the rightmost column showed that we ran those 10,000 tests, both with a face review and without. So just very briefly, from a practical perspective, what I had Excel do was organize, randomize, and select the signatures. And any sheet that would have been excluded through face review got skipped over, and the next item was picked sequentially through its randomized draw. What we found is that, like you would expect with a random sample, every random sample gives a slightly different result. You're never going to get exactly, well, I can't say never, because I'm sure it happened in 10,000 times, probably happened 200 times, but you won't typically get exactly the same result with face review and without. What we found in practice, though, is the difference was not statistically meaningful. About half the time you would get a slightly more accurate answer with face review, and about half the time you get a slightly less accurate view, and in each time we're talking about 0.1%. I mean, this was really, really small differences. Differences that frankly could be written off to just the fact that every random sample is different. And they were not consistently better, they were not consistently worse, they were consistently the same on average. And in all of our tests at all of our sample sizes, our margin of error when expressed in total at the 90% confidence level was identical. We never got a different answer of, well, you need a different sample size with face review or without. They were always the same across the board. So face review is a time-consuming process. It means looking at every single sheet up front. Now, admittedly, there are some sheets out there that should be counted against, but they are just as likely to be. Never got a different answer of, well, you need a different sample size with face review or without. They were always the same across the board. So face review is a time-consuming process. It means looking at every single sheet up front. Now, admittedly, there are some sheets out there that should be counted against, but they are just as likely to be selected through random as anything else. And if a sheet that would have failed face review is picked, the signature that was picked on that sheet will likewise fail. You ultimately get to the same spot. We have a statistically valid process for drawing a sample, projecting it to the whole, and the results should be statistically identical. The next current practice is the two-stage sampling process. As we've already talked about, that begins with an initial selection of 500 signatures, and then depending on the results of that, an additional selection may or may not be made. When we go back to the original report from 1979, it described two different options. I think they were referred to as option A and B, but essentially it was the one-stage approach and the two-stage approach. And your own report actually said, way back then, either approach is valid. It is just a function of efficiency. Depending on what the results are, if you pass on the one stage, the first round, and don't need the second one, well, obviously you saved some time. Picking 500 signatures once is better than picking more than that. However, there's a good number of times when you fall into that area where it says, you know what, we need to draw an additional sample. And so in those cases, that report acknowledged you're going to lose, meaning you have to end up spending more time to get to the same results. And it really became just a judgment call of which of those methods felt right. And there is certainly that chance, you have that opportunity to save time by having a smaller sample. And so the two-stage approach was ultimately what was adopted. The one-stage approach is at least administratively more efficient. And our recommendation then, and you'll see it on the next slide, is a sample size that's larger than the 500 to help make up for the fact that in many cases you did need to draw more than 500 to get there. But by agreeing to do that up front, you have more of a known quantity of the time investment. Doing 500, having to finish them, then doing the wait and see, do I need to draw more, going back into the boxes, re-beginning the process, there's just inefficiency to that. And if you bite the bullet, so to speak, and jump into it up front with a larger sample size, that investment of time is more predictable, less interrupted, and we think the time savings that can be achieved by eliminating face review and eliminating the shuffling process, and having fewer misses through the software draw collectively will offset this and then some. So still leave you in a better position overall. Which leads us to our sample size recommendations. So today, your sample sizes range from the initial 500 and you're done, up to adding an additional 2,000 signatures to that, taking you up to 2,500. These actual amounts selected are higher than these numbers. So even in the write-up that's on your website now, it'll say, well, we say we're picking 500, but in reality, we know there are so many misses. In order to get 500 good ones, we may draw 750 or 800, and ultimately you test all the ones that aren't misses. So the actual number tested may still be bigger than 500. You may end up testing 530 or 560, depending on how the mix of misses worked out. So we said 500 to 2,500. It's usually a little higher than even the 500, and it's time commitment higher still because of all the ones that had to be drawn and then missed. So that's the current process. Our recommendation is to move to a one stage sample. And that one-stage sample, for all the reasons we talked about administratively, is more efficient. We played with a lot of different sample sizes to see what would get that target sweet spot, that balance of margin of error, confidence level. And having set 2.5% plus or minus as a margin of error goal, we found that for statewide ballot initiatives, for those large ones where we're talking hundreds of thousands of signatures, a sample size of 1,000 would consistently beat the 2.5% target. In fact, we found that a 90% confidence level would get you a 2.3% margin of error consistently at 1,000. When those populations start getting smaller, when you're looking at candidate petitions for statewide office, we think you can afford to go down a little bit from 1,000. In those cases where you're looking at 8,000 signatures, 12,000 signatures, it's a much smaller population, and 1,000 is a much bigger percentage of that. Would not recommend going lower than 750 even for those. We did model it smaller. We modeled it at 250 and 500 and various levels in between. But in order to have that margin of error that we were comfortable with, 750 was really what the software consistently found was the right number. And I think it's important to pause here for a minute and just see that relationship. There is that, I told you there's those diminishing returns, even with fairly small samples, or small populations, I should say. Running your samples significantly larger, you just start to see smaller and smaller benefits. There was sort of a logical expectation that if we moved from a population of 5 or 6 or 700,000 signatures down to a population of 15 or 30,000 signatures, we would see sample sizes drop dramatically. And it just doesn't work that way in statistical theory. There's only so small you can go before you start having huge margins of error. So there's not a huge swing between these numbers, but that savings of 250 would certainly add up over multiple statewide candidate petitions. So again, this is one of those subjective evaluations, but this strikes us as that right optimal balance between cost and benefit, and it's really driven by if we agree that 90%, which is what you've been using, is the right confidence level, and we agree that 2.5% is the right goal, then this backs us into this answer of 1,000 is really the right number for a single stage sampling. And then in terms of the software, the current software that's being used today was written back in the 80s. It requires a specialized environment. Modern Windows computers can't run it directly. The programming language would be considered a dead language. So updating it or modifying it is really not a practical option today because of how old the software is. There's an expectation that some kind of reprogramming is going to be necessary. And of course, anytime you involve the black box, anytime the software is doing something under the hood and people can't see it, there's always that potential that folks are going to be nervous. What exactly is the software doing? So our recommendation, and we made this recommendation right from the beginning when we submitted our proposal, but we continue to think it makes sense, is in order to fully achieve the benefits from the other recommendations we've mentioned, a few of them you could do immediately. You could stop shuffling sheets, for example. But a few of them, like changing which signature you read and keeping track of those, are going to require new software. So our recommendation is to develop that software inside a very open programming language where anybody who is interested could take a look and see what's happening. And our recommendation is the same software that we used to develop all of our tests, and that is the programming language that Microsoft has built into Microsoft Excel. As a practical matter, Microsoft Excel's been around since the 1990s. It's constantly updated. It's remarkably reverse compatible, and it's the software the state already owns. It's the software most businesses already own. The programming language VBA is very plain English. It's easy for someone to look at, even if they're not a programmer, but certainly if they are a programmer of other languages, to look at it and understand what's happening. It can be well documented. We followed a similar process for the Department of State with the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission selection process. Wrote a program and walked through the code in a public meeting to explain what was happening. Not in detail, but enough that folks could see and feel comfortable this is what's happening. So this particular recommendation could be segregated. You could go a different direction. You could have a different company develop software differently, but we do think different software would be needed in order to fully get the benefits of the recommendations we have listed here. And that is the end of my prepared comments. I am more than happy to answer any questions that I can.
I'll go first. I take these as I wrote them down.
Sure.
So the 90% confidence, and this is probably a somewhat ignorant question, or will sound ignorant. That's not saying that 10% of the time it's wrong. You broke that down with the margin of error.
Sure.
Where it's the potential to be wrong 2.3% of the time either way.
So,
Right.
here I am doing it again. I'm getting one computer right and leaving the other one wrong. So I know you can't read this, but this is the slide from your handouts. And if you look all the way to the right on that, what we found, what this says is, we ran 10,000 tests. 90% of those tests were within 2.3% margin of error. Now, if we want to say, well, how many times was it within 2.6% margin of error? Well, that's 94% of the time. So we're saying that it's possible that the actual margin of error could be bigger than 2.3. Maybe it was 3% plus or minus. That's going to happen 10% of the time or less. So you've got a 90% chance of falling within 2.3% plus or minus. When you fail, all you're going to do is have missed by a slightly larger margin. I never saw an example where the margin of error was bigger than 5% plus or minus, and this particular screenshot ended at 3.5. We ran it all the way down to 5 just to see it. It never got that high. So that 10% risk is not, that 10% risk is that it's just a little bigger than you thought. And again, it only matters if they're living right there on the edge. If the number of signatures clearly exceeds the number needed by 10 or 12%, you don't care about a 5% margin of error. You don't care about a 2.3%. You're so clear it's all right. But that's what that 90% really gets you to.
Okay. And you mentioned the MICRC towards the end there. I was one of the more prominent skeptics, opponents of that commission, but I will say it was you, right?
It was me, yeah.
The work you did, the way you laid it out was actually very reassuring even to opponents, so you deserve commendation for that. And it leads to, you wrote that program, right?
I did.
How many other companies are there that can write this type of software? Like, are you the only one? Would the state have to go with you, or are there dozens, hundreds?
Yeah, so Visual Basic for Applications is, in a way, and I say this with all due deference to myself even, it's a little bit programming for dummies, because it really is a very user-accessible programming language. Serious programmers are going to write in the kind of compiled software that generates, commercially available software. It's a macro coding language that anybody can use. So how many companies are out there making a business of it? I don't know. I've never even looked for a company that writes VBA code for a living. But are there power users who do this on a regular basis? Yeah, all over the country. And that's why I say any competent programmer could look at VBA. They might say, oh, that's a cute toy, but it absolutely works. And they would say, I understand what's being done here. They could validate the code. So I've never tried to hire someone else to do it, because it's a passion of mine and I enjoy doing it. But I have no doubt that you could find, if it was important to you to find someone else to write that, find someone capable of doing so.
I have two two more, if that's okay. I don't want to hog. This one's related to the removal of the shuffling.
Yeah.
Again, I try to use this in layman's perspective. If you're separating into, 10, 9, 8, et cetera, and you're
Right.
telling the program that, how does that remain random? In the layman's term would be if you put all the clubs in a pile, all the spades, all the hearts, all the diamonds,
Right.
and then you're randomizing. Aren't you narrowing that pool and you're getting a better chance to, say, grab the king of clubs? Or is
So-
that not what you're doing here?
If you were always grabbing the fifth card down from the top, then yes, you're very much increasing the odds that whatever suit was on top, you're going to get that one every time. What I would envision, and again, this will be up whoever writes the computer program, but what I would envision is the computer having a list of the total number of signatures, fully randomizing that list, which would be the equivalent of whether you're shuffling the paper or the computer's doing the shuffling. And then it would say, what I want is the 452nd signature. Now, I know that the first 600 sheets all have one signature each, so I jump to page 452 to get there. It's picking the signatures out of an entire universe rather than sheets. So it's not about pick the sheet first and then the signature. It's about pick a random number and then back into which sheet's going to have that on there in order to make the draw. So that's how we would overcome that risk of they're all grouped together, because sheets are almost an afterthought to help you find the signature. Signatures are ultimately what you care about. And realistically, that's how you care today. You're not sampling sheets, you're sampling signatures. You just have to go to a sheet to find a signature. I don't know if that answered your question or not.
Yeah, it helps dispel what I was thinking of, you would put them in those piles of 10 and 9 on down to 1.
Right.
And then randomize, I want, sheet 58 of the 10, line 7. And you're,
Right.
at least in my minuscule brain, I was thinking it would make it easier, you're narrowing the choices of what you're going to pick, but I think you've described that pretty well. My last one is related to the two-stage. And the two-stage, the first stage has a range, and they don't, where you reject it, you draw again, or you validate it. You
Right.
vote, move it forward. Those ranges don't overlap.
Correct.
Will we have an issue with, you're only doing, will they now overlap with the one stage, or how?
No, they won't. So what happens today, at least in theory, with the computer program, is it goes through and you tell it kind of the results, and it says how many signatures did I need, and it does the draw, and it'll say, or you're in this range where we're worried. What it's trying to do is it's saying you're too close to the edge. I'm going to narrow down and try and get that margin of error tighter. And in theory, if you read the paper says we're trying to get to a margin of error plus or minus 1%. Well, to really get to plus or minus 1%, your sample size is around 5,000 signatures. That's not happening in practice. So somewhere along the line, the theory in the paper and the practice of what the computer is actually telling you to draw got disconnected. So if you've projected out, you've done a sample of 500, you've projected out how many signatures there are, and you're within 0.5% of the goal, even today, the software never is going to truly satisfy you that you have the right answer. There's still going to be a margin of error. You can draw 10,000 signatures. There's still going to be a margin of error. It may be down now from 1% down to 0.7%, but there's still going to be something, and there's always going to be that risk that you're right on the edge. Since you can't get rid of that risk, now you have to pick something that's a reasonable amount of risk that you're willing to tolerate. That's that risk tolerance. And that's tough because we want it to be right? We want it to be exactly right. That's the goal. But the only way to be exactly right is to go look at all 500,000 signatures, all 750,000 signatures. We can't do that. So we just have to kind of squirm a little in our seats and say, all right, I recognize it's not ideal, but I have to accept some risk. How much am I comfortable with? And that's how we kind of work backward to these recommendations.
And as long as there's a set process laid out that's followed equally for everybody knows the rules, then
Exactly.
you live by them. Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have questions. Is it okay?
Absolutely.
Nice presentation.
Thank you.
I guess I just have a couple questions. The first question is, where did you get the data to make your assumptions?
So I was provided with the actual results from the last 3 or 4 petition drives, several state office candidates, and I just took the summary sheets from the Department of State, from the Bureau of Elections, on what the results were, and I created fake data that simulated the approximate percentages of those. So if you were to open that Excel spreadsheet, it just calls it signature number 1, signature number 2, counting all the way up, and valid or invalid, and whether it failed or passed face review. So it's absolutely created data, but it was created in such a way that the overall results, which is what you see listed on the left, were meant to mirror, at least closely, the real-world petitions that have been approved recently.
So it's just created repetitious data.
Well, I mean, it was randomized. I used Excel's random number generation within certain parameters, telling it I need roughly 75% of these to be true, roughly 75% to be false. Let the computer do that, and then ultimately I had to massage it a little because I wanted nice round numbers. But so it was very randomized sample data.
I'm not a
That's
mathematician
fine.
like you are, but a sister question to that
Sure.
is that this is a really human process
It
of
is.
going out, standing in line somewhere, getting someone to listen to you, get a signature. It also is not it's dissimilar. I don't think it's homogeneous across the state. If
I'll buy that.
If Mary Ellen goes to her community and she lives a lot better than I do. So, if she goes and gets signatures, it's a different experience than if I go to get signatures.
Sure.
And so your data is really kind of like should any of that be factored in?
No, it's a fair question. And one of the thought process behind statistical sampling is that the population, while it does not have to be completely homogeneous, it needs to be sufficiently homogeneous for projection to make sense. So if you knew, for example, that there was one geography that was going to be consistently 80% bad and 20% good, and another geography that was the other way around, that would be concerning for sampling in general. But if you believe that over time, overall, it all more or less balances out, then sampling becomes more feasible. The practical answer is we don't know, because you have never gone in and validated 100% of the signatures of any petition of that size to be able to prove that one way or the other. But there has to be a certain degree of expectation of what we see on a sample basis will reflect reality. Now, the more dispersed it is, the bigger your sample is. When you're testing 1 or 2, no, you're not likely to get representative. When you're testing 1,000 signatures spread out over the entire population, then we're getting some of the, I'll say, bad and some of the good, meaning more accurate and less accurate, or better proportion of good signatures, lower proportion of good signatures. They will be reflected proportionately within the overall population, and it should still give you the right answer. But that's why we would never recommend drawing a sample size of 200 signatures. When you get down that size, the likelihood of accidentally picking only good ones or accidentally only picking bad ones and not being reflective of the overall mix is just too great. The bigger you get, the more that risk goes away. That's why your margin of error gets better and better and better over time.
What you are doing, though, is for example, on a statewide initiative, you're looking at basically 1,000 in your suggested sample size.
Correct.
Without a second stage.
Correct.
And you're really spreading that across 83 counties or some.
Correct.
It comes out to how many per county? Maybe.
Well, because it's random, you'll never, you could check, but the software wouldn't be intentionally trying to skew
One
that.
of the tricks and one of the reasons behind the question is
Yeah.
because there's mathematics, and then there's the world that I think these folks live in, which is mathematics plus the human interpretation, the political interpretation, the public opinion interpretation, all of which goes into, and that was the reason for the question.
Yeah.
Where did you get the 1,000 and the 750, just out of curiosity?
So that was the whole process, which was essentially trial and error. So as I indicated, let me see if I can get there. What we did is we just started running it and started playing with the variables. What happens if I make the population bigger or smaller? What impact does that have? What happens if I make the sample size bigger or smaller? So we ran thousands of samples at 500, thousands of samples at 750, thousands of samples at 1,000, and compared the results of all those different ways of doing it. And that's how ultimately we came to the recommendation of 1,000 signatures felt right, because when I picked more, it did not dramatically improve the results in a way that would justify the extra time commitment. And when I picked less, I wasn't comfortable that the margin of error met the standard that felt appropriate. So it's definitely backing into the answer, but I think it's the right answer regardless of how we ultimately got there.
I just have one more question. It's a question that's in a different area. And it's just in a question of examining just doing the face review. And I guess I'm a little bit puzzled there because to me, the process, and I could be dead wrong on this, I just joined this group. So the process of examining a signature, to me, is a radically different process for a different reason than doing a face review of a petition sheet to make sure that it's been filled out within the proper context of how a petition sheet should be done. To me, those are not even similar items. And so if we take away the face review, we're taking away the idea that you may have a group who are processing petitions who simply didn't follow the rules in how they get filled out. Or you may have an individual petition circulation collector who simply decided to break the rules. Radically different than whether a signature is valid or not. If we take away the face review, all of the review of that process goes away. Is that correct?
I don't know that all of it goes away. And the reason I'll say that is twofold. One, in order to validate any specific signature, that you have to validate all the things on that page that would have gone into a face review. So at a minimum, there's the pages, the sheets that have those 1,000 signatures on them are going to be subject to face review. That might be 1,000 sheets, that might be 900 sheets because some of them had multiple signatures that got picked randomly, but it'll be around 1,000 sheets would be subject to what is the equivalent of today's face review just as part of validating those signatures. Then there's the process of putting all of the sheets into the piles by count. You can't do that without looking at those sheets. And so while it would not catch everything that a thorough face review would do, some of the more egregious would be subject to what is the equivalent of today's face review just as part of validating those signatures. Then there's the process of putting all of the sheets into the piles by count. You can't do that without looking at those sheets. And so while it would not catch everything that a thorough face review would do, some of the more egregious errors would just be obvious. Well, I can't put this in the pile of nines. I mean, I can see there's no county listed at all, or I can tell that not a single piece on here has an address. Some of those would just be so very evident that even the process of sorting would be enough to identify. Is it as thorough as a full face review? No. No one's arguing that a face review didn't provide value. The question is, did it provide enough value to justify the time commitment? Do you want to do that thorough review of 150,000 sheets of paper when you can get the same overall result of we need to certify or deny this petition with reviewing 1,000 instead of 150,000? There are some significant savings there. But if you prioritize saying our main goal is not to certify or reject this petition, our main goal is to find out if the circulators are doing good work, that might lead you to a different answer. I don't believe that has been historically the primary goal. That's been more of a secondary benefit that you might have gotten through the face review process.
I just know that petition campaigns I've worked on before. If we go back to the 83 counties and we're beginning to now diminish or we're beginning to dilute the numbers, but now within that county there might be 1,000 people out gathering signatures. I know from petition campaigns, and I've got a limited experience, granted, but we can have a whole group of people that are collecting signatures, and some of them are really good people doing a really good job, and some of them are folks where they really don't want to be collecting signatures, and maybe the county's not the right county, or maybe the city's not the right city, or maybe they were going to go to a shopping mall that was on the border. I mean, there could be 1,000 reasons.
Sure.
With a face review, these folks are catching a significant amount of that activity. By removing the face review, there is significantly less that's going to be collected, right?
Well, what I've seen anecdotally from the last few significant petitions, when the data was shared, the number of sheets that were removed through the face review were not significant. I mean, there were a few thousand sheets out of hundreds of thousands of sheets. So it is not zero. I'm not going to claim that there's no benefit whatsoever. There was benefit, but it wasn't catching enough consistently to justify that kind of time commitment. Ultimately, though, as we said right from the beginning, there is a certain amount of squirming in your seat discomfort, that risk tolerance that you have to be comfortable with. And so it's a difficult decision. We've made our recommendations, and you're going to have to decide, is that a level of risk ultimately you're comfortable with, recognizing there will always be some level of risk. You'll never get it to zero.
Based on your answer, can I get a bonus question?
Sure.
Outstanding.
I'm here all
bonus
afternoon.
question. Here's the bonus question. So we go through and we say, we're not going to do face reviews anymore. And this, of course, is a public meeting, and all these folks are going to go out, and Beth in the back row is going to tell her readers that we're not going to do face reviews anymore. Will that change the behavior of how petition signature collectors look at the future?
I'm going to trust that's more of a hypothetical question, because I can't possibly predict the future for you.
No, but is that a valid question? I mean, you could be potentially encouraging people to, well, we don't really have to fill it out so much anymore because no one is going to check that.
Can I interject? Sorry, just, if a signature is drawn in the sample, that signature will still be rejected if there's something wrong with the form that was on. So you're still going to be penalized as a circulator drive if you mess up your petitions, because whatever percentage you mess up are going to find their way into the sample. So I would say no, it would not encourage that at all. And ultimately, because the number of those face reviewed ones, the ones that are no longer face reviewed but are now being rejected because the individual signature is part of the sample and it's on a bad sheet, is going to be representative of their overall population in the universe. It shouldn't change the outcome, and I think that's what the data validated. I do think there are other valuable elements of doing face review. I mean, one, it helps us identify systematic problems with circulation, so we can, incorporate that into the manual and give feedback to circulator drives. We can, sometimes it can cause us to review some of our procedures or recommend changes in the election law. And then, obviously, if there's fraudulent activity, we can refer it to law enforcement. But I do think that we'll be able to continue to do that because we're still going to be face reviewing everything that's not randomly sampled, so all the other types of petitions. Two, we're still going to look at the whole sheet for every one of the sheets in the sample. And then three, we're still looking at the sheets for other purposes like stamping and sorting. So that would be my take on that, and I will yield. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to ask, You're the chair. Okay. I'm so interested in the answer that you gave, that this assumes that the population is homogeneous, which suggests that the errors that you might find, whether it be in the circulator signature or date, or the county name being missing from the top, or the circulator not checking whether he's a volunteer or paid, that those errors would be sort of spread across the population, right?
And I would like to clarify, sufficiently homogeneous to support sampling.
Right,
Not
right.
100%, otherwise there'd be no need to sample. You'd pick one and you'd be done, because that would prove everything for you.
So I think we're not talking yet about, well, maybe we are, because you addressed both initiative petitions and candidate petitions. And what we saw this past year was a very significant degree of forgery. And it wasn't homogeneous. And I don't know if you're it's really hard for me to think about how the fraudulent signatures would be randomly distributed. I don't think they were. The fraudulent signatures were grouped, or were on the number of pages that were circulated by the fraudsters, we would call them. So,
Sure.
So the fraud would not have been. It's hard for me to see how that level of fraud would have been uncovered
Sure.
by random sampling.
So I think I understand what you're asking, and if I get this wrong, please clarify for me. But what I would say is there are many reasons a signature might be rejected through the actual review process that are not fraud. But when a signature is rejected and in a way that makes it clear that there is fraud, if your secondary objective, your primary objective is still certify or deny the petition, but if your secondary objective is then to be able to identify and prosecute potential fraud, fraud is still fraud. And if you find 3 instances of it instead of having found all 200 because you didn't do a face review, if those are truly fraud and your secondary objective is to follow up, each instance of fraud could then still, as a side process, say, all right, well, what was the circulator? Where's this from? That would still then allow you to go and do the same kind of law enforcement style follow-up, even though they weren't picked as part of, to do directly through the sampling process. Once you have your 3 or 4 that seem to be pointing towards a trend, you can then look at others outside of the actual certify or deny decision and separately go after that. But again, the reason I talked about from the very beginning of what our objective was with this project was to say, all of these recommendations are gearing towards what's the most efficient way to certify or deny. Detecting and prosecuting fraud wasn't one of our stated objectives, and it doesn't mean it's not important, and it doesn't mean you can't do it, but you're not going to find anything in my recommendations that's designed with that in mind.
Madam Chair, just if I'm understanding correctly the question or the concern, Director Brader or Mr. Fracassi could add that or confirm the face review doesn't pull out the fraud anyways, like, or the suspected fraud, right? You're doing a face review and you're like, man, all of this stuff looks pretty similar. You're not pulling it. It's good to, know that, but you're not pulling it, and the ability to be discovered is the fact that it's in the sample universe, or the universe that the sample will be drawn from, correct?
Right, we wouldn't pull it out of the random sample. We wouldn't pull it out of the universe because the signatures appeared to be fraudulent. They would still get pulled. And then rejected, obviously, if they were part of the sample.
I think where my question is if you found some fraudulent signatures in a pattern and you still included them in the sample, but the petition still had enough signatures to verify to go forward, would that be an issue?
Well, so the fact that please correct me if I'm wrong, Adam or Heather, the fact that a petition included forged or fraudulent signatures is not a basis to reject it, I don't believe. So, not a basis to reject the entire petition. So theoretically, and probably I'm sure it has been the case that, of the hundreds of thousands of signatures submitted with some of these petitions that have gotten on the ballot or candidates have gotten nominated, I'm sure there were some forgeries in there. But that's not a basis to reject the entire petition as long as the number of valid signatures is enough to meet the threshold. Of course, it could be a basis to refer that to law enforcement, and there could be criminal investigation there, but the remedy wouldn't be not qualifying for the ballot.
And those candidates that were bounced, they were bounced because so many of their signatures were fraudulent that we could not determine that, or it was determined that there was not a sufficient number of valid to get them on there.
That's correct.
Can I get my question?
Oh, yes.
Sorry. Normally, it's me who asks first, but I think we're going to back forth. So first, you answered my first question, which was the 90% confidence rate, and I appreciate that. And secondly, I absolutely appreciate your explaining the recommendation of signature only. Having seen the old one with the sheet and the number and, but I think that makes more, what you're looking for is signature, you're not looking for a sheet, which makes the random processing better. But the question I have is, why did you include statewide candidate petitions in your recommendation?
Only because we were asked. The nature of our engagement was not limited to the statewide petitions, and so we applied the same methodology. Once I'd built the program, it could be applied to the smaller sample sizes for statewide petitions the same way. And so it was actually, I won't say an afterthought, but it was the last item added kind of on as we worked through it, and it was simple enough to do without really adding to the burden of the project.
Yeah, I have. So I looked at some of the reports that were done for these candidates who had significant numbers of forged signatures. So somebody might have submitted 20,000 signatures and needed 15,000 valid ones, but there were 8,000 forgeries.
Okay.
Dramatic, right? In terms of how those forgeries would have been seen on the petition sheets, they wouldn't have been randomly distributed, I think.
Okay.
They would mostly have come from a group of circulators who had no valid signatures. And so I guess that distribution of forgeries would not be random.
No, I understand what you're saying.
I'm
So-
not sure if I understand what I'm
So in-
saying, so help me
In
here.
that example, and given the sizes of the population that you just described, this would be in our recommendation of the 750 as the sample size rather than 1,000. So you've got, what did you say, 20,000-ish signatures there. And so you pick 750 of them. Because the software would truly randomize the selection, wherever that fraud is, whether it's all together in a block or whether it's somewhere else. And where it would end up is not necessarily where it was submitted. The only way that fraud would all stay together is if all the fraud was on sheets that had exactly the same number of signatures, which could happen. Maybe all the signatures are full, and so they're all together in the tens. But the likelihood of them being picked when they represent that significant of a percentage of the population is very high. You're going to pick some of the fraud. And it is likely that if the fraud is so pervasive that with our margin of errors, it's going to come back and say, these are invalid, these are invalid, these are invalid. You're still going to end up denying. But with a population of 750, you're likely going to have found, I'm just doing math in my head, but you're going to have found, 100 examples of fraud. That's more than enough to get you concerned of this isn't an isolated somebody signed for grandma. This is a pattern, and then your ability to then refer to law enforcement, I don't think would be impacted. Having done the face review up front, could you arguably have looked at all of the sheets, dropped all of those fraud sheets, and then said, well, never mind, there aren't even enough signatures left to bother sampling? Yes, that is always a possibility. If we come up with our own, hypothetical scenario up front, we can create a time where face review would get you there faster. I don't think that's the norm in most cases from how it's been described to me. Obviously, you've only looked at the data that I've been provided with, but I think in most cases you're going to find the decision to certify or deny will still be correct regardless of the presence of fraud. If there's sufficient fraud to warrant prosecution, you'll still see that through this random sample process. And in most cases, you're going to save time by avoiding the face review. It is always a gamble. There may be that one example where you would have saved time going the other way, or you're going to wish, I wish we'd done the two-stage sampling instead of one, but picking a single approach that's consistently applied will have benefits of its own in terms of predictability. Better to spend a little extra this time knowing that overall it saves you time after time after time.
So it was not face review, and the director can correct me if I'm wrong here, that led the Bureau and also people who were challengers who were examining the petitions. It was not face review that led them to say things are really wrong here. I think what happens with face review is that one can determine if necessary elements are missing. The circulator date.
Sure.
The circulator date being before, or being after the dates of the signatures, or the circulator checking the boxes which he or she is supposed to check. So those errors would be revealed in the sample signatures, but there would be other signatures which have not been sampled, which also have those errors.
Right.
And obviously, sampling means that you don't eliminate those signatures.
Right.
That don't have necessary elements, yeah. So that's just something I'm thinking about.
I understand. It's
right.
complex.
And if the legislature says that this is important and we want this on every petition sheet, are we then saying we'll have it on the petition sheets that we sample, but not on the ones that we don't? I don't know what the answer to that is, and it's a question that has only come to me
But
as we talk here, but
I think that's not to be pedantic, I think that's the whole issue of the sampling is like, if it's dispersed enough throughout the entire universe, the randomization of the sample will pick it up enough to lead you to reject based on the lack of those elements. And there's always, as we've discussed here, there's always the possibility that some things on the margins are going to sneak through when they shouldn't have, or be rejected when they should not have been. But the process and the work you and your firm did going back and looking at things, I think gives great confidence in how this has been handled to this point through the sampling method. And from my perspective on the candidate side of things, if you may recall, I voted, I just can't remember how the motion was worded, but I voted initially against rejecting those candidates. Not because I ultimately really thought that they had enough. I was fairly confident in the work that was done. It was because there wasn't really an established process, and I think we're addressing that here and laying out the random sample to give, if there was a random sample and it had come back with that, without hesitation. And it was simply that because the staff didn't have time to check everything, it gave just a little bit of pause on my part, and the onus being on the state to prove it, and then ultimately the court stepped in and I think laid it out. So I think the random sampling for those larger candidates makes perfect sense, and is something we should move forward with.
so, but there are, I guess I'd like to know more specifically, what percentage of petitions, sheets are rejected in the face check? If it's did I hear you say it was 3%, or was that an assumption that was?
I don't know. I mean, it's going to vary, obviously, petition to
Right.
petition. But I think that's 3 to 7% is probably the range. I don't know.
3 to 7?
That seems high. I mean, it's going to vary a lot because sometimes we do get petitions, especially if you're bringing in candidate petitions. Like sometimes smaller candidates for smaller office will just screw up all their sheets. I can try to get you a recommendation on that.
3.3% was the number that I had said, and that was based on the last few examples where I actually had a report that said this is how many sheets there were, this is how many failed, and they were, obviously none of them were exactly 3.3 repeating, but that was roughly where they landed, and so that's what I used as my reference point when creating the sample data that we used.
So that's a significant number of signatures, where you're talking about hundreds of thousands of
It is.
signatures submitted. So that you would have, if you're only sampling, you would be essentially accepting a significant number of signatures which are missing required elements of necessity.
And I agree.
Accepting, I would take exception to that use of language. So what we saw also is it's important to distinguish when you're talking about face review. Face review is always calculated or referred to by the number of sheets involved, not necessarily the number of signatures involved. And so 3% of in the samples that we were looking at, 3% of the sheets was the right number, but it was a much smaller percentage of the actual signatures. So you just found there was a lot of 1 and 2 signature sheets that had the incomplete data and failed face review. These weren't necessarily fraud. These were just some sort of technical error on the sheet that caused it to fail. So while it was 3.3% in the sample, in the recent examples that were provided, the way the numbers shook out on signatures were much, much lower. That percentage was more like 1.7% of the actual signatures, because they were slanted towards sheets with fewer number of signatures on them. Now, obviously, that'll vary over time,
Right.
individual petition drives. And the other thing I would say then is, by recognizing that they didn't get pulled out, it's not that you're accepting them, it's that you're accepting the risk that those are in there, but when they get picked, when they're in there, they can be picked, and when they're picked, they're looked at. And so that kind of mitigates, yes, you've intentionally, that's a wrong word, but you've allowed things to be in there that have the potential to be wrong. That's true at any time, with any signature on there. The fact that there's a sheet that is invalid on its face, as opposed to a single signature in the middle of a sheet that's otherwise valid on its face, they're both invalid signatures. And ultimately, that's what we're getting at. We don't qualify or reject sheets. We qualify and reject signatures as part of the overall.
The signature, the sheet affects the
It does.
validity of the
They're
signature.
interrelated. There's no question.
And so and I'm just thinking that the legislature, over the course of the last decade or so, I can't be specific when, imposed greater restrictions essentially on circulators. And so it said the petition sheet must contain this with regard to circulators and must contain that.
Sure.
And so the face check determines whether those required elements are there. But if you're sampling, you can only say that those required elements are either there or not there on the sample, but not, and I understand that that's what sampling does. I'm just wondering how that affects the legislative if we decide to do sampling, how does that impact what the legislature has told us we're supposed to be doing?
But also, does the face check at least give some kind of even a soft safety check against bad actors or sloppy actors? It's almost like it's if the IRS came out with a ruling tomorrow and said to you and the rest of the country, but also does the face check at least give some kind of even a soft safety check against bad actors or sloppy actors? It's almost like it's if the IRS came out with a ruling tomorrow and said to you and the rest of the country, we guarantee we're not going to check anybody's return. We're going to work on statistics only, and what would happen, right? And I mean, I know that's a nonsensical argument, but if there's either a bad actor or a sloppy actor doing petitions, and they know that Director Brader and his group are going to at least eyeball them before they go into the statistical hopper.
The place where I think your analogy might break down is that the IRS wouldn't say, we're not going to look at any of them, we're going to rely on your statistics. They would say, we're going to draw a sample and look at 1% of the returns, and you never know whether you're one of those 1% of the returns that are going to get picked. And that's essentially what would be happening now with the IRS today. That's what they do. They don't look in detail at every single person's return. Only certain people get picked for audits, desk reviews, or in person with an agent. So I hear what you're saying, and messaging is important. And so if it were up to me, my messaging would be, we are going to continue to look for all these things on a sample basis. And the likelihood of being picked is not 100%, but you're as likely as any other, any sheet in here is as likely as any other to be selected as part of this process. And so the message to bad actors is, beware, you will still have the potential of being caught, especially when I hear that the face review itself is not the things that are overcoming or finding fraud, it's only the honest mistakes. you're not going to scare off people from making honest mistakes. Those happen honestly.
Right.
It's only the bad actors, and this doesn't sound like it solves that problem. So it's hundreds or thousands of staff hours that bring you closer and closer to missing deadlines, and the more you can do to remove that unnecessary, unvalue-added time, the happier you'll be with, the ability to focus on the things that do matter.
I think part of what we've heard from practitioners like Eric and Steve Liedl and Mark Brewer and others and oftentimes their mood and their tone is dependent on whether they're a challenger or they're a sponsor and what your determination has been. But adversarial system, we expect that. But overall, a desire for a little bit better kind of customer service. And I think if we're relying on the mathematical statistical analysis that's proven to be successful and give us solid decision-making, solid recommendations that we can act on, that would free up time for them to be more responsive. Correct?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I mean, we can hear from the practitioners on this, but again, I don't think that including sheets that have facial errors in the sample, I don't think that creates any incentive, or at least it shouldn't. It doesn't create a logical incentive to put more bad sheets in, because you're increasing the number of sheets you have, but you're also reducing the validity rate of your signatures proportionally. So mathematically, it's going to come out to the same place as the analysis is demonstrated. And yes, I mean, as our review of this showed, it's basically 2/3 of our time we spend, of the very little time we have on this face review process, which basically means we cannot give the challengers as much time as they would like to look at them. We don't give ourselves as much time as we would like to review signatures and respond to challenges. We don't give the sponsors as much time as they would like to rebut those things. And then we also don't give the board a lot of time to look at the reports before the hearing. So all of that, I'm sure that we will still end up wanting more time than we have, but it would be a lot more of a reasonable timeline if we weren't spending a huge chunk of the time doing this face review, which doesn't actually materially affect the chances of getting approved.
Do people have additional questions?
I do. It has nothing to do
Please,
with face review. It actually, I'm going to go back to your actual report, not this report.
All right.
It is on this report. Your recommendation, and you said petition sheets should still be sorted and counted, but need not be randomized. Okay, that's great. So then I'm going to your report, your written report. It's the final recommendation under organizing and counting petition sheets. With the move towards scanning and digitizing petition sheets, the need to hand count sheets is eliminated. The page count of the final scanned PDF can serve that purpose with greater speed and accuracy than hand counting the petition sheets. I guess where my question is, having been a part of a lot of hand recounts, that sometimes, people will say, well, we should always put those in a machine and allow a machine to count them, when that always isn't the case. So I guess where I'm at is probably not directed toward, maybe if you can explain your difference, or do you really feel that we really need to utilize scanning all of these, or can, at this point, we still rely on the hand counting of all of these sheets while they're being sorted?
There's no reason you can't rely on a hand count. I don't know that it's necessary. If it provides a comfort to hand count and compare that to the number of pages in a scan, you have that option. But if you're scanning them as a matter of course anyway, as part of archiving and keeping copies of these, the number of pages in the PDF is a very quick way to double check that hand count if you feel a hand count is in fact necessary. There's always the risk that something will scan through, a blank page. Well, you can very quickly in a PDF change your view where you can see pages and just, yep, there's a blank one, and we can identify those. There's also the risk that when you do that, they run through the machine and 2 pages stick to each other. That risk exists today with your stamping machine when you go through and put a serial number on the pages. So that is a risk that neither increases nor decreases, but it would save you the time of going through by hand. I can't tell you for sure. This is just my guess based on similar experiences in other areas. But if you handed 3 people the same stack of 1,000 sheets, you're going to get 998, 1001, and 1000 because it just, we're human and that happens. And if the computer comes back, if you scanned them and the computer came back with 998, 1001, and you get the same results, then you did, at least you got to the same almost right answer faster.
I guess what I meant is that if we're looking at removing the face review, that goes back to the question there, but it is tied. Director Brader, I mean, you have in your report to us, 463 personal hours over 5 days, but that also includes that sorting, that like shuffling element. Do you think that is time well spent by the staff, or do you look at moving to just scanning and digitizing the petition sheets and utilizing the PDF count?
Well, we would still need to sort and stamp. Unless, there's a software solution to the sorting, or there was, I think, a proposal from one of the commenters that we could use the numbers assigned by if the petition sponsors put a number on there, we could use that, but I would have some concerns about that because you have to validate their numbering, but basically, I think we would still need to sort and stamp. So that would still take up some of those, we would still need to use some of those 463 hours, probably a good chunk of them, but also a good chunk of those is from the hand counting. And that would be much faster if we're sitting at high-speed scanning machines and scanning them through. Again, we would include checks, like we could review the image as noted. We also could just do checks like, okay, I'm starting with sheet number 1001 and I'm ending in sheet number 1050, so there should be 50 images. When I should have scanned through 50 pages, and the scanner will tell you that. So there's things that you can do to make sure you're scanning them properly, but that's going to go much faster than hand counting. And the other thing is we end up having these scanned anyway, where we have petition sponsors and challengers wanting to come in and scan the petitions, and that also slows down the process. We have to give them access to get scans while we're trying to do everything else. And so by scanning them ourselves, we could then just make those available, and that would be another efficiency in the process.
So are you saying that you could count them using a scanner? Or do you just scan the number of pages?
Yeah, well, we'd scan the number of sheets. So we'd say, okay, well, we scanned all the sheets with 10 signatures, and there are 110,000, or there's 10,000 of those, and so we have 100,000 signatures from those sheets.
Okay. So you could use a combination of the sorting and the scanning to get the total number of signatures?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what we do now is we sort them and then we hand count them and we multiply sheets by number of signature sheets. So rather than hand counting, we would sort and then we would scan and then we would just look at the number of sheets in the PDF and multiply that by the.
So you could do that now?
Yeah, we could do that now.
And if I may, we did also discuss when we were just green light thinking, brainstorming, did we even need a stamping machine because, the PDF could apply the stamp digitally, but it was decided or explained that there's a need for the original paper copies to be stamped. Well, that means there's now 2 machines that are feeding this, one that's essentially counting by putting sequential numbers on them, and another that's essentially counting by creating a PDF with a certain number of pages. You can validate one computer system against the other for an accuracy test. That you should be able to tell if it went from number X to Y, how many sheets there are supposed to be, and you've got your scan, that's how many pages there are supposed to be. And so you could eliminate, I think, that hand count and still have 2 different computers validating each other. And only if you saw significant issues or differences would you need to then have a human involved in digging into the problems.
I think where my concern was knowing that the stamp still would be on there, so that's not something that we're eliminating. That makes it a little more comfortable. I'm still not comfortable making any decision today. I will make that known to this board. I'm absolutely, the conversation, I think that there are some people that we do have in front of us that, or I know are seated, that I'd like to hear from. I know I don't see some of them that are normally here, so. But I appreciate your coming in and actually putting a little bit more information into a written report. Sometimes visuals are a lot easier to accept.
Okay, so I have a question about, and this is particularly about candidate petitions. Would it be possible for you to use the sampling method to evaluate some of the petitions that we actually had to deal with, to give us an idea about how effective the sampling would have been?
So if you still have all of the sheets, which I'm sure you do, the answer would be yes, if we go through that next step of then designing the software, because that's the piece that's necessary to really put all of these recommendations to the test, is we'd have to have the updated software that would draw things differently than the current software did. But that we could do that, and while it's still sort of in its test development stage, use that as a field test for, is it doing what it needs to, and we could compare that to results and report back on those sorts of things.
So the data that you used, you were looking at petition sheets, or not?
I was looking at simulated petition sheets. I was given samples to know what they really looked like, but my data had to be simulated, because the only way this worked was to know the right answer. And you don't know the right answer on any petition that you haven't done a 100% look at. So that's, the only way I could do this was to make some assumptions about how many signatures were good and bad, and kind of preload that.
Okay.
It was just the nature of the simulation.
And they would have been good or bad for assorted reasons?
For assorted
as
reasons,
signatures are,
correct.
right, okay.
Correct.
Any other questions for this witness? Thank you very much.
Appreciate the opportunity to be of service.
Do we want a break, or do we? I think we have a number of people who have indicated that they wish to speak to this issue. Why don't we give you a chance, Mr. Doster, to educate us, because you can see how confused we all are. At least I am.
I'm actually curious. I would like to know what Mr. Doster's thoughts are on these, so.
If I could ever learn how to turn on this damn microphone.
Sorry, while we're working on that, we just lost the screen. Oh, okay. Okay. Do we need to just stop sharing? Can people watching see what's happening?
There.
Well, that's the thing was covering it up. Eric Doster, D as in David, O-S-T-E-R, on behalf of no one. This has been a really good discussion. I do have a question before I give really more questions and comments. On the Mr. Daunt's motion, what I heard the board saying was that you all were okay with the codes but nothing else. His motion, if you go back and replay it with the court reporter, said codes and procedures. And I noticed, because Mr. Fracassi was kind of like, well, that might not be the motion you want. So his motion said codes and procedures. And I thought that this board only wanted to adopt the codes today.
I thought it only meant the procedures with regard to coding.
If that's your interpretation, great, then that's.
But I appreciate that, because I noticed that it was a more extensive motion than
Adam,
I had anticipated.
I thought that as I was reading it as well. So if that's the interpretation, I'm comfortable with it.
I will say, I think the record can be clear that is, yes, so I interpret it as, I had the same reaction that you did too, Eric. So yeah, I took it as we will take the codes and use it to update our procedures in the manual, and then bring it back and approve the manual at a.
That's what I was supporting.
That is what I was saying.
You hensed my hesitation before saying
Yeah,
support.
okay. All right.
Thank you
Well,
for that, Mr.
You're welcome. And for the record, I left a voicemail for Mr. Liedl at around 10 o'clock today, asking him if he was going to be here, but apparently he couldn't take the elevator down. So I hope to he'll call me back, and we'll, and thank you for not rushing into this. There's a lot here. It's been a really good discussion. I mean, there's a lot here. I don't really have comments more than those questions. With respect to the random sample, when you have the call sheet, and let's say you go to line or petition 1, line 1 or line 3, and there's only 2 signatures on the petition, that's a miss. Where do you go next? Don't you go to the next on the call sheet? Isn't that where you would go next? In In other words, you don't go to the next petition. You don't go to petition 2, and I just want to clarify that. That wasn't in the procedures memo that you put together.
Can I just ask you to repeat it one more time so I can
Of
make
course.
sure I understood?
Let's say there's only 2 signatures on a petition. Petition 1 line, and you say go to line 4, okay? You don't go to petition 2 to get, you hit the next on the call sheet.
That would be correct. That would
Okay.
be,
All
still
right.
be a miss
All right.
in that instance.
And that
All right.
would be why you have more than 500 signatures
Right.
on the call sheet.
Right, and yeah, Chair Gerwitz, I was thinking about that, because you were saying you pull 500 on the call sheet, and one of my points was, no, these guys actually end up pulling like 700 for a 500. And so I appreciate the discussion on the program and the new application, as far as who's going to program that, and that program could be made publicly available, so folks could look at it. But one thing that, I mean, what are the inputs? I'm assuming the inputs are going to be the same on the new, when I'm talking about now to develop the call sheet. I'm assuming the inputs are going to be the same, like number of petitions sheets, number of petition signatures, number of, those kind of things. So, from the practitioner standpoint, we'd like to see that, with the call sheet and whatnot. And some of that, I'd like you to think about some things that I'd like to add to some of these recommended procedures. Like, I don't disagree that to move the sample size from 500 to 1,000 and going from 2-stage to 1-stage, that's a statistical thing, and that's fine if that's what the board wants to do. But if you're going to double the sample size, please don't. You're going to still. Right now, you've got a 10 business day challenge period. Let's double that too, because you'll be making up space or making up time by getting rid of the petition face review process. So I don't think you can double the sample size. And again, I'm a challenger and a sponsor, so I can speak on both sides of my mouth here. But I'm just thinking as a level of fairness here. Yeah, amen. But if you're going to double the sample size, you can't leave the challenge period size still at 10 business days. You're going to have time that you've made up a lot more time in weeks by getting rid of the face review process. In fact, that's what the board wants to do.
Isn't that statutory?
No.
No? Oh, that's just part of our, okay.
No, it's not statutory. You guys can change that. Now, as far as one thing I'd ask you to consider, you talked about initiatives, you talked about candidates over 15,000. I noticed that the new political parties were not in this list. And those signatures are 30,000. So I would ask you to consider adding them to the mix of adding to the sample group as well. Since you're already doing the initiatives, the state initiatives, you're doing the candidates of 15 or more, well, political parties, I think it's 30, if my numbers, I think it's 30. So that's it for a new political party. So I would ask you to consider adding that to your procedures here that you're adopting. And please take your time with these procedures. I mean, there is a lot here, and you can tell by the discussion and the questioning that all of you are bringing out. I'd also ask you to consider, again, these are things that the Bureau of Elections does anyway, but maybe putting those in these procedures too, like when making the call sheets immediately available to the sponsors and the challengers. Things like, that certification report that says, based on, it used to be a 500 sample, if you go to 1,000, based on 1,000 sample, if you get 700, you're certified, and below 700, you're not certified. Make that certification report immediately available, to both petition sponsors and the petition challengers. You do a good job, but if maybe we could codify that and make that part of this board's requirements. Right now, it's not a board requirement. that they give those materials to petition sponsors and challengers right away. And the same with the, what's very important when you're going through either the challenge period or the resuscitation period, whatever you want, depending on which side you are, what's really important are those Excel spreadsheets that the Bureau has. If they could give that to us, they may be on a daily or every other day basis. It's just a matter, whatever you got to date. We're not asking you're complete, but just hit save, send, do an email. Now, I also thought I heard today a process I know that you did for candidate petitions, and that was scanning candidate petitions. Are you thinking about scanning the statewide initiatives too? And because that would help you. Because Director Brader, you mentioned that you're bringing in sometimes you bring in the challenger and the sponsor to come and scan. Get them, don't come in. You guys scan them. And that way you can do it and you can control it, and then you just get those. If that's what you're planning on doing, I would commend that, and because that would save you some time. Not that I don't think there's ever been a problem by talking about who comes in and scans, but it is kind of clunky, and you've got a schedule, and that would be, and we appreciate the ability to come in, obviously, but that might be a good thing for this board to, say, you guys do it, and then just give it to whomever and charge them whatever you got to charge them. If that's what you're planning on doing for statewide, I know you do it for candidate now.
That is the goal, just for the record, is we would scan.
You'll be happy to know that Mark Grebner has also agreed with that type of idea. So we have bipartisan agreement.
Well, I don't know why he wouldn't. I don't know why anyone wouldn't agree with that. He doesn't want to lug his scanners over there either.
It's a high-speed scanner. I think
Yeah,
it has better scanners than the Bureau does.
Well,
We did actually buy some new high-speed scanners, which is part of the reason that we can do this now, which we couldn't before. Yeah.
and I think so again, if we get some of these transparency items in some of these, and again, if you need something in writing or something, I'd be happy to provide that. I don't have anything written today. But again, you're talking about, now I'm going to finish up here with talking about candidates. And maybe you guys have already thought about that, but I didn't see it in any of the written materials. The candidates, you have 1 week, basically. So let's say that your gubernatorial candidate or your senatorial candidate files on the last day at 3:59. They've got until 7 days from that last day, or I'm sorry, not they, the challengers, to file a challenge. So if you're going to require these folks to, receive the petitions at 3:59 on that Tuesday, and then you're going to tell the challengers you've got until 5 o'clock the following Tuesday. Think of all the time that goes in on it. Maybe this is a statutory thing that you all could petition the legislature to help folks out here, or at least help the challengers out. You've only got a week, and yet you're going to generate a sample, so you're going to have to run that random sample report you're going to have to count the number of signatures, okay, and then you're going to have to run that call sheet, and then you're going to have to make that sample available to the challengers and the actual candidates. That's a lot of steps, and that's eating away at that 7 days.
Except that you wouldn't be applying the 7 days you would be doing something, if I understand it correctly, the way you do it now with initiative petitions, right?
No, it's a 7-day statutory.
It's statutory?
Yeah, it's statutory.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this one you folks
Okay,
can't.
we got to put together our
Yeah.
statutory and other provisions and.
All I'm pointing out here is that just to recognize.
You're saying there's no time to sample.
I'm saying you're
7
really
days.
pushing, you're making these folks, you're making the Bureau of Elections, again, this is the person that files on on 3:59 or the filing deadline. So they come into their office and they drop their 25,000 gubernatorial petitions on the table at, 3:50 or however they get in there. And then now if I'm going to be a challenger of that, I now have to wait for the Bureau to, run the numbers and run and draw and do the call sheet, and then run the sample. Now, can that all be done in a day? Now, if you're talking 5 gubernatorial candidates that are filing on that same time period. I mean, what I'm trying to point out here is there's a lot of time pressure in there, and I just want this board to be cognizant of that.
Also, candidates can supplement, so they can.
Up until the filing deadline.
Right, so, but ultimately, it doesn't matter whether they drop them, 3 weeks earlier. You still can't start that process until filing deadline because they may supplement, so.
That's a good point, yeah.
But what you're saying, the initiative petition challenge period is not statutory.
Correct.
The challenge period for candidates is statutory.
Correct.
So to address the concerns from people like you, we would need to get legislative support.
You might need some legislative help here, just to be cognizant of that, because you're asking these folks to do an awful lot. If candidates are filing on the filing deadline. And then, I mean, if you're a candidate for statewide office, why wouldn't you file in the filing deadline now? That's going to make Adam really happy because he's going to have, 10 candidates in his lobby on filing deadline when he'd rather stretch them out, but yes.
And if you have 10 candidates and you're doing all this counting and sampling for 10 candidates, it's really impossible.
That's my point.
I think your suggestion was it's not even possible with regard to one.
Well, no, they can do it, but you're pushing, you're really condensing that challenge period.
Right.
Because you can't expect these folks to snap their fingers and Shazam, it's all, oh yeah, here's your random sample and we've counted the petitions and, I'm just, you're asking them to do a lot and I just want this board to be mindful. I don't know if I don't have a great solution other than, maybe the legislature can help us out here. So that's really it I had as far as comments and questions. I didn't really have anything prepared, and I'm happy to provide some written things about, and I'm not the only one that's ever, asked for materials. I went through and I saw my friend Lidl, when he dropped off his petitions last July, asked for basically the same things I'm talking about here, the call sheets and the certification reports and stuff like that. But you shouldn't have to ask it. It's just to be automatically, if you're a known petition challenger or sponsor, just hit, do an attachment and hit send by email or something like that. That's all.
Mr. Doster, I would appreciate a written, if you wouldn't mind.
Absolutely.
For our next meeting.
Happy
Thank you.
Happy to.
I would too. And I know that some of the other practitioners, Mr. Lidl and Mr. Brewer, who always have a lot to say, didn't.
That's unknown to me. I don't know what you're saying.
Time to respond.
I know Brewer submitted 2 written, and it's probably the shortest things I've ever seen from Mr. Brewer, so.
But thank you for looking at this, and it's it's an excellent discussion. Thank you all.
But I hope that we will hear from additional practitioners when we meet again to get additional comments. Thank you, Mr. Doster.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Winder, did you? Anybody needs a break, tell me.
Oh.
Okay.
Both mics are on, so.
Okay. Do you need me to repeat my name? Brian Winder, W-I-N-D-E-R, from Lenawee County. Thank you for your patience again with this and allow me to, I'll quickly review and summarize the couple of points that I'm here to present. So the definition of what's in the Constitution is article followed by section. Some of those sections are not broken down, so the entire section would be considered a provision. If they have broken down by number, provision 1, provision 2, provision 3, et cetera. And then if further broken down by subsections or parts, provision 1A, provision 1B, et cetera. That's the way I view the term provision, and maybe your legal counsel could back that up at another date. So, and those are in several sections of the Constitution. So there may be a difference between the verbiage required on the back for an initiative versus an amendment. I'm not exactly sure because I just noticed on the website, the BOSC website, that there's a petition that's been approved, an initiative that's been approved called Raise the Wage. And on the back of that petition, it is numbered as such that it contains the particular provisions that it is changing, but not the entire section. Rather, it lists out, for instance, number 6, then it'll skip to number 8 and number 10, for instance.
I'm not sure what you're asking us to do, or whether your comments are addressing the subjects that we have been discussing.
No, they aren't. These are additional subject. It has to do with the procedures in the manual, in the draft manual.
Okay.
So,
Oh, you're making suggestions about how the manual ought to be drafted?
correct,
And that it ought to be referencing statutory provisions?
correct. And those requirements as they're laid out in the manual as to what has to go on to the petition sheet, mostly on the back.
So I know that one of the goals in updating the manual, not just changing some procedures, but making the manual clearer and more comprehensive.
Correct.
I think that if you have suggestions in writing that you would like to make.
We've got them.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
And I don't know
We're
if you
gonna
got the one
review
that's
those.
dated the 20th,
Yeah.
Yeah,
upper right-hand corner.
I'm sorry?
Have in the upper right-hand corner of the paper, is it dated the 20th? That's my latest, because I previously went off of the old instructions as I was creating my comments. Upper right-hand corner, it should say March 20th, 2023.
I'm sorry.
It should say March 20th, 2023 in the
Oh.
upper right-hand corner.
Got it.
Mr. Fakasi is saying
Yeah.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so previously, when I've worked with a petition submission and was okay, and was informed that I needed to provide the entire provision on the back of the page, on the back of the signature page, backside of the signature sheet.
Right.
So that's why I wanted to address, well, what is a provision then? Because provision can be all the way down to a parentheses letter or number in my interpretation of the term provision.
So the requirement that the provision that is being affected by the amendment or the initiative be printed on the,
Correct.
and you're not altogether clear on what is meant by provision.
Right, because what I was informed when I put my provision together is that I had to include basically the entire section. And the entire section could be A through Z as far as what's contained in that section.
And I assume that you get legal assistance when interpreting that
Well, this is a new thing
provision.
that I'm trying to make clear for everybody reading the instruction manual.
Okay.
So if I had to provide a provision that wasn't broken down by further subdivisions of numbers or letters, fine, that'd be great. But if a provision is in fact as you put it on page 13, a discrete component of that section, then I would say that would be the only part, the only provision of that section that I would need to present in full with my proposed amendment. Do you follow? Like the raise the wage petition that's been approved does not list the entire legislative body of those laws. It broke out only the ones that it addressed to change, to alter or abrogate, correct? That's why it's in reference 6 or 8 or 13, whatever, correct?
So
But
Canvassar
in the end-
Bradshaw has helped me to look at your written submission, which of course will be going to Director Brader and Mr. Fracassi when they're putting this together. So I think that this is helpful.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your time.
Okay, and I understand that Mr. Gallant, who has apparently been with us during this long day, wishes to speak on this item about random sampling. So, Mr. Gallant, are you there? Is he there?
Oh, can you hear me?
There he is.
Hello? Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay, got me. Okay, all right, thanks. Okay, yeah, I just had a couple of questions, comment here. I'd like to just to expand upon what Mr. Donk said about beware of bad actors providing input on these random selection, programs and whatnot. Somebody, like I said, some humans got to do that, and somebody's got to be authorized, and who does that, and how, and why. And so while you got the guy from the Riemann here who created the random selection process for the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, I've been participated extensively with them, and I still am. And ask him to please explain how I believe it's 4 members, current members of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, had submitted incomplete applications, yet they made it through the random selection process, and they were ultimately appointed to the commission. I believe there's 4 of them there right now. That they didn't have complete applications because it says, why did you, or why do you affiliate with the,
Okay, Mr.
conflict of
Gallant,
interest
can you
question.
confine yourself to the subject of random sampling?
I am.
Signatures?
I am. It's random sampling. This guy's going to build that software, right? Why? Right now, it said the Constitution, I believe, says you have to have a complete application is the first thing to get you out the door, to get it excluded, your application. And yet 4 of them said, choose not to answer on the question about their affiliation with their political parties. Nobody's saying whose political party they are. Are they really Democrats? Are they really Republicans? I believe that 4 of them said, I choose not to answer that question when they were supposed to, it's required that they answer all questions.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
they just put words
Gallant.
in there and got past the soft. They got past the
Right.
software.
Okay, thank you very much. Could I ask you, Mr. Bland, to come back again for a moment? Before you were here, we started exploring the question of whether the face check and the count could be done by machine, by computer scanning, et cetera. Have you I know that was not part of your charge, but could you give us some opinion about how easy or difficult it would be to create the kind of software that we would need to do the things, to look at the petitions, to count them, and perhaps also to do at least a preliminary signature check?
I'd be happy to speak to the extent that I can. I will try to point out the limitations of my knowledge in this area as I go. So we did absolutely discuss this. Part of my early onboarding with the project was meeting with various staff from the Bureau of Elections to understand the current process, to ask where the pain points were, and sort of green light, think what would be the ideal solution, what would make this process better from your perspective. And several of the staff members were just brainstorming and said, well, it would be great if you could put the piles of paper into a machine and it would read through and the software would actually not only draw your samples, but be able to read the sheets and pick the signatures and actually have everything up on the screen, to get ready. Nobody, I don't believe, in that conversation, I'd have to check my notes to verify this, suggested taking it to that next step of cutting a human out of the process of actually looking for the telltale issues of an invalid signature, but at least reading and identifying the number of signatures per sheet. Optical character recognition, OCR, is a technology that's been around for a very long time. It's what lets you scan a document and turn it to text. These days, your iPhone or Android device can do that with some degree of accuracy. And I say some degree of accuracy for a reason. There are letters of the alphabet that when they are next to each other, they look very similar. An example would be a lowercase r followed by a lowercase n. Software has a really hard time telling RN apart from an M because they look very similar, especially when a scan is a little blurry, a little angled, that sort of thing. All the more so when we start dealing with handwriting. And so optical character recognition is relatively good with printed materials. If you have something that was developed on a computer or a typewriter and scanned, it is to a point where the degree of accuracy is sufficient for everyday business use. And I say that I said I would point out the extent of my limits on my knowledge. I'm speaking now because I work for a CPA firm, and it is common practice for us to take all of the information that our tax clients provide us in a variety of size pieces of paper in different formats from different states and different forms, and they get run through a scanner, and the software takes an initial pass at going through and identifying important information and preloading the tax software. But it still requires a human who knows what they're looking for to go back through and see what the computer got right and what the computer got wrong. And I'll tell you, computers are getting more and more things right, but they are nowhere near 100% yet. So, acknowledging that I don't know where this would lead, one option that would be available would be to say, put out an RFP for someone to either already have or more likely develop for you software that could use artificial intelligence, be trained what to look for, and to identify, I'm going to count for you how many signatures are on a sheet, and what degree of squiggling counts as a signature as opposed to two signatures. That might be doable. I would expect it to be tremendously expensive. This is an estimate on my part, but I would be shocked if that was not at least a six-figure purchase, if not a seven-figure purchase for software to do that. But I'm not that kind of software developer, and I couldn't begin to say. However, I do not believe, and again, within the limitations of my experience, I do not believe any software exists today that can already do what you want with a degree of accuracy that you would feel comfortable with. If anything, it would get you close. It would provide that starting point that humans would then have to look at and validate. So we talked about it, and again, I'm not an expert in that particularly, but based on what I do see in my day-to-day work, I don't think it's a practical solution yet, and that's why I alluded in my written report that we're not yet to the place where technology can do that. It won't surprise me a bit if we get there in my lifetime. I just don't know that it's in the next 2 to 3 years.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Marco, did you have something else that you wanted to say about the, yeah.
I guess at this point, I just have one question regarding, oh, I'm sorry.
We can hear you, but we are
I'm
streaming.
Italian, I can talk quite loud if you like. This has really been enjoyable. I mean, I've learned a lot, and I'm really liking being in front of all of you. But at this point, my one question remains on the face review. Is there a possibility that we might, if that did go forward, if you eliminated it, that we would be exchanging or diminishing efficiency and accuracy for the sake of time? And if that's the case, is it worth it?
It's a good question. We need to ask ourselves that.
And then one other thing I will add, there was, Mr. Doster brought up the point of, if you increase the sample size, why wouldn't you increase the time frame within which the information needs to be reported size? That's a very valid question. And it also speaks to efficiency and accuracy. If you're going to double the size of a sample, you can't, just jam it into the same time frame, right? Oh, and one other thing that I thought of. Somebody else brought up if the face review were eliminated and that became public information, I believe that it would be a big mistake because people are going to know that And having sat and both supervised some of the people who were reviewing the information prior to submission, I wonder if you realize how many times I've heard, oh, well, it's just this one line, nobody's going to know. And then you have to, remind them that it's all about accuracy and efficiency and process. So that does happen, and I do think that if it became publicly known that this portion was being eliminated, I think you're opening the door to trouble.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I appreciate the fact, I think we all do, that you, at least, when supervising people who are going through petitions, require
I'm an
accuracy.
obsessive process person, and I'm a tough love mom, so, follow the rules. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just going to say essentially what Mary Ellen said, that you're doing your job and doing it correctly and according to the law. And my opinion, my thinking on this is those who do not do that, they're only taking a risk that harms themselves, because whether it's face review or not, it's going to be in there to be discovered in this process. So thank you for doing the job appropriately.
Jeanette, did you have?
No, I have something for the next item.
I have a question for you, Director Brader, about the manual. Does the manual, which is in effect right now, address both initiatives and candidate?
No, right, sort of. I think we're trying to condense documents. So currently, Adam, can I put you on the spot, just explain what manuals we have now and how we're trying to combine them?
We have a lot of manuals now. So we have a candidate-facing manual, and we have an initiative-facing manual, and then we have a sampling procedure, like sampling process explanation on our website. So the manual that you guys have in front of you, the idea was to condense a lot of this. It's a lot of the same information across each manual. The manner in which the board processes signatures doesn't depend on the filing. It's the same standards that apply. So the manuals that we have now cover a lot of this information. It's just presented differently in one condensed version than what you have in front of you now.
Right, so I thought that there was one manual for initiatives and referendums.
Yes.
And a separate one for candidates.
Correct.
Okay, so I am correct that you're now putting them together.
Correct. Yep. And we tried to give more, and there's appendices in the back to give more examples, more like best practices and things like that throughout.
Thank you. So we have clearly decided that we're not going to decide today, right? So is there something else that you would like us to consider with regard to candidate petitions? It was a difficult thing for you, and it was difficult for the board to consider the candidate petitions that were submitted to us last year, particularly for governor, but also for a number of judicial positions. And we have not really talked about whether there should be some way of addressing the forgery problem that we were confronted with. Obviously, there were referrals to the criminal justice system, but is there something, in addition to what you're suggesting here, is there something that we should be considering? Is there some additional sanction that could be considered for candidates who do such an abysmal job of validating signatures? I don't know exactly what could be done, but I do think that that we should think about what happened to us, to the board, to the petition process last year, and try to figure out whether there are a number of things that could be done to address it. When we would certainly hope that the fact that so many candidates were not able to get a position on the ballot would make candidates a little more careful. But is there something else that should be done?
Well, I mean, we'll see what the law enforcement process yields. That obviously should be a deterrent to anyone who's committed a crime, I would hope. But one of the reasons, and by the way, I completely agree with the board's, holding off on the decision of this. These are very complex issues, and obviously want to hear from more people. There is not a immediate emergency time pressure factor here, but it would be great if we could have these procedures in place before we get a petition for this cycle, because we don't want to have to figure out, are we going to apply different sets of procedures based on whether they submitted to us under the old manual? Right now, we're processing the raise the wage petition under the current process, but we would like that to be the last one so that we can just have a clean break and a new, one set of rules apply this. So that's the only time pressure, but beyond that, it's not urgent. It's not an emergency. In terms of candidates, the reason that we asked Raymond and are recommending at this point extending it to candidates that have to submit 15,000 minimum, although I think there are some points we need to work through, including that challenge deadline. It's a good point Mr. Doster raised. But is that practically speaking, the system that we had set up last May, we didn't have a check in place to look for massive forgery. I mean, in the past, we just hadn't seen that on that scale. We would occasionally see dubious signatures, and we could handle them in the review process. If someone wrote Mickey Mouse, we could see that and deal with it. We didn't have anything in place to deal with a situation where sometimes half or more than half of the signatures submitted were fraudulent. And because the only thing that we could do basically was try to look at them individually, we looked at as many as we could, but obviously did not have time to look at all of them. So the goal of using random sampling for a 15,000 signature minimum petition is that we would be able to representatively look at those. If you submit, 18,000 signatures, but a third of them are fraudulent, 6,000 are fraudulent, then when we pull that sample of 750, then about a third of those, given the margin of error, et cetera, are going to be fraudulent. 250 of those 750 are going to be fraudulent. We can look those up, and then we're going to project that you don't have enough. So that would be one way of dealing with it, and I think a consistent and reliable way of doing it. But I think the board needs to keep thinking about it. But that's the problem that we're trying to address through bringing random sampling to candidates, is that we could then representatively evaluate the percentage of bad signatures that we get. If we don't do that, or maybe in addition to that, I think there's other things that the Bureau can recommend to the board in terms of instituting some kind of procedural review earlier on to look for obvious forgery, which is not something that we had, not something that we're planning to do. We could look at our timeline and how we can bring those issues to your attention sooner. But we do have an inherent problem, even if we build steps earlier in the process to look for bad signatures or fraudulent signatures or forged signatures early in the process. We still have a limited time to deal with it during the petition review. So I think beyond that, in terms of penalties or things for candidates that would fall short of prosecution, there's crimes there, but I don't know that there's much more that we could do without changes to the election law.
Can I ask a question? I wasn't here when you went through the candidate issues last year. So my question, you've already answered, I'm sure, but the fraud that you noticed, the problems that came up with those signatures, were those in part because they were industrial collected, as opposed to, Heather and I want to support a candidate, and so we volunteer a few hours to go out and get signatures. We're passionate. We're going right back to the candidate, as opposed to hiring a company out of Florida or wherever and paying X number of dollars per signature.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to people's motives, but it was the case that there were a significant percentage of the signatures were committed by paid firms, paid gatherers who work for paid firms. And according to news reports, there was a huge amount of demand for signatures. And so people were paying a lot of money to get signatures collected, and that may have incentivized bad actors, in the circulator world to submit fraudulent signatures. Of course, it could happen with a volunteer too, but I think part of the factor there was that there were more people under a lot of pressure to get a lot of signatures, which led to more money, which possibly led to more incentives to commit forgery.
Can we make, do we have the ability to say to industrial collectors, whether it's industrial by profit, whether it's industrial by organization, to say you have to register your organization with us and here's a set of rules you have to follow? Do we have the ability to do that, or is that legislative?
I might defer to Department of Attorney General on that one.
I think it would be, most likely we need a legislative change for that. It's hard to imagine which statute in the election law that pertains to your powers we could bounce something like that, stem something like that into. Best case scenario.
And by we,
something that could be promulgated, it could be a rule, but you still have to have a authority in the law to impose that type of registration requirement. And I'm not sure.
I didn't mean the four of us, I meant like the Secretary of State's office or.
It's the same, it would be the
Same thing?
answer, because it would still have to be, we would still have to find a statute in the election law that then allowed Secretary Benson or the Bureau of Elections to make the same requirements. And so I'm not really sure that there's anything there right now, but that would allow like a registration. We just had that sort of something similar shot down on, requiring paid circulators to file an affidavit, right, with, before circulating petitions, and that was unconstitutional. So to me, it's a little bit sort of similar in that vein.
The legislature has addressed it to some degree,
To some
and
degree.
with some success and with some lack of success. Right.
Well, it's
So
a speech issue too. And my experience on the other side of this table of petition gathering and working with firms, good firms, one, are hard to come by. Two, they do validity checks to help clear some of that out. And the problem was the demand created a rush of people who were not reputable, and word gets around in the circulator community that, hey, nobody's checking this stuff. Go, just do what, it's a wild, wild west. And so I think it's a lot like there's always going to be people who engage in nefarious behavior, and hopefully it is caught, and it was caught in this instance, thankfully, to the work by the staff. But I do think the speech issue of registration and things like that does concern me, and I think probably concerns all of us.
Can I go to a different part of some of the issues? And I want to say that your staff has put together a really good manual. Because having been here and seen nomination petitions get removed and rejected, or people not making the ballot, it's not just what we were just talking about, but it's just sometimes it's simple mistakes. And I know I've talked with Adam about, like when we're talking about nominating petition format requirements, and I'm going through the heading of the petition must include, if we could add in, like, I know we have the name of the office sought, but if in the petition, if in here, the type of office sought, that goes back to that judicial question where we had a judicial candidate that was not put on the ballot because the district matched a state house district within that county, and the petition was rejected. So, but I think having these examples and the appendix in the back is great. What I would love to see is maybe a little more of that mandatory element cut off, because I see the warning label, and we know that we did not put a judicial candidate in because like the letter was missing. But I think this also goes to a congressional candidate who really wanted to do the right thing, and it was heartbreaking to say no, that they had printed it out and then they had pasted it. So maybe if you could put an example on there on a mandatory element that's been cut off or omitted, we're not just talking like those, but we're talking like, where it says on the petition, city, state, like that still has to stay there. And I don't know if it's possible. Is it possible to get a PDF form of those things so that we don't have candidates typing it on a typewriter or in their computer and then
Fillable form.
taping? Yeah, like a fiddle form. So they're not trying to tape. And I think you've done a great job, but I really feel there's still more to have in this conversation. But having these examples in here is so helpful. And I think, sitting in this position for as long as I have, anything that we can get to the public and for individuals who step up and run for office, anything to make that clearer and make that opportunity for them a little bit easier. But I also feel that it is strict requirement, and that was a conversation we had at our last meeting, that if it does not fulfill those requirements, then I'm sorry, but it's not going to pass, so. Give them as much information as possible.
We can definitely look at more examples, is a good idea. In terms of the fillable form, that's certainly something that we've thought about. The concern is that just because you print it from our site doesn't mean that you have a form that has the right font size and the right paper size, because you've still got to, get it printed yourself. And one concern we have is people thinking if they just print it from our site, they're good. So that's why we haven't done it.
Is that, I'm sorry, is that included in here? Like, I'm sorry, that's why I said we still need more.
Oh, about the site, well,
About,
yeah.
like if you took it from the website, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's proper, I guess.
Well, we don't have one on our site, but I guess if we were going to put one on our site, I'm concerned that no matter how many pop-up boxes, warnings, whatever, that said, make sure you put this an 8.5 by 14 and the font size here, font size there, and this is not using this form does not mean you've met the requirements. We're still going to have people say, but I printed out the form from the site.
Right.
So that's the concern we have with that, but we can certainly keep, considering that issue.
And just a follow-up question, which is actually more, we have a new printer's affidavit, correct?
Can we make some changes?
Because I'm looking, I see name of sponsor of proposal, but I don't see name of proposal. I believe that was on there before.
That has not, we've always just put the name of the proposal in that, like, name of sponsor proposal. If you
Okay.
want in there to say both, that's
Okay.
fine. That would be
It looks different, so that's what I was asking.
fine. The other thing I just want to circle back to, you asked real quick about like size requirement and things like that. In Appendix 8, we did create an appendix that lists like every single font size requirement in there for initiative and nominating petitions, because they're different, of course.
Is there any way to get us like I wrote this down, I believe, as we were talking. The things that are legislatively, like that are law, things that we could change legislatively and things that are policy here. I mean, I know not everything, but like the big general items, like the 10-day, the 7 days,
We can, we can look at.
I think
the
Mary Ellen's understanding where I'm at, but Tony and Richard, do you
Right.
understand where I'm at? Like,
Yeah.
like the challenge time and that kind of
And when
thing.
you mentioned the things like the font size and so forth, in the corporate world, right, we use style sheets a lot. So whether it's web or print, before you get to do any of that, before you prepare it, you look at the how-to manual, if you will. It's usually a one sheet. And it's very specific. What's the font, what's the type, what's the color range, what's any of that, logo use, anything like that. If you put a one sheet in like that, just a cheat sheet, it might help you.
I have one thing further, and that is for Heather, who I asked earlier whether what we're doing here requires compliance with the Administrative Procedures Act. It looked to me like it does, but I'm not the attorney here.
I think it's a complicated question. I mean, what the board obviously did in the past with respect to the random sampling was to simply adopt it, right? As sort of a practice and procedure by the board. You have limited rulemaking yourselves. You have rulemaking under the APA to make rules sort of related to your policies and procedures for like practices before the board, which you do have those rules, and those were promulgated. If you, under the APA, this limited rulemaking for like policies and procedures allows you to skip a couple steps that are kind of important, but that makes sense for procedural rules, like it doesn't go to JCAR, it doesn't have public hearing, things like that. So it's kind of an expedited process for things that fall within that specific section of the APA. So for the board to promulgate it itself, the question would be whether, to ask for rule promulgation of this as a policy practice, it would be a question of whether this random sampling process is something that fits within the board's authority under that specific section to promulgate it as a rule, and is it really the type of policy or procedure or practice that's contemplated by your authority, by that section? And I think you could probably argue it both ways, potentially right now. I looked over the weekend and thought about this, but that's kind of as far as I've gone. I'm certainly happy to do more thinking and more research. There's not a lot of cases on this section of the APA. It's 24.233, which is the section that gives all administrative agencies the ability to promulgate policies and procedures for like practices before that body. You'd have no rulemaking authority really under the election law except with respect to, I think it's recounts. There's just one section, it's 899, I think, that talks about the board making rules and regulations for recounts. And it doesn't even link that to the APA necessarily, but that's the only section that gives the board the ability to that specifically talks about rules and regulations. And looking at those rules, they do appear to have been promulgated under the APA. So at some point in time, that was interpreted, even though it doesn't specifically refer to the APA, the board had those rules promulgated under the APA, sort of consistent with what most agencies do. So if you wanted to go the rule route, there would be the question of whether you could do it under that the APA section. Is it something that fits within there? The next question would be, if we don't think that you can do it, is there a question whether that the Secretary of State could do so under her rulemaking authority? We'd have to look at that. Bigger question, but you're probably asking, is this something, does this fit something that's a rule to begin with? Is it something that needs to be a rule?
It makes, I thought, a distinction between guidelines and rules.
There are some exceptions for what constitutes a rule. That's in 24.207, and it accepts certain things out from rules. And I think there's one for interpretive statements, guidelines. There's a specific definition for a guideline. A lot of that has to do with your ability, the thing that's promulgated or not promulgated as a policy is binding or controls a right, a substantive right. So the closer you get to things that sound like a rule that are less policy and procedure and that go more into like affecting a public right, you get more into what's going to fall into a rule category and less like a guideline or an interpretive statement or an instruction. So you can see it's not a simple answer. But I would be happy to do some more thinking about that if the board wants us to look at all that. I'm happy to do that. I couldn't say definitively today. And there just isn't a lot of case law. And so we'd be kind of just, the easiest answer, of course, is to continue what the board has done for the last, you adopted it sort of just as a practice, outside rulemaking. That's what you did before. You could certainly do that again today, this time around. There's obviously been, from the litigation that's been filed against all of you and the Secretary of State, that there is certainly an interest right now in many of cases that are trying to push the issue of that everything that you do, everything that the Secretary of State seems to do needs to be promulgated as a rule these days. In other words, getting a lot of challenges on things that we normally would call them an instruction that we simply do as a matter of course. We're being called out, and it's alleged that those all need to be promulgated as rules. This is an active sort of category of litigation right now, and it's not just you, it's department, it's across other departments as well. So that's certainly been, I think if you make this change, if you adopt it, will we be sued? Probably.
I was going to say, please,
Yeah, probably.
what is the likelihood we're going to get sued when we bounce somebody as a result of these changes? I think the answer is 100%.
Yeah, I wouldn't, it's encouraging to hear Mr. Doster and some of our practitioners speak favorably of the processes, but we have lots of people who aren't experienced practitioners in this world who file litigation. And so it certainly doesn't mean that you don't get, somebody less versed in the business that files litigation and gets traction in the courts with receptive judges. So it's, either way, and it doesn't really, either way, there can be litigation, even as a promulgated rule. Even if you did all through rulemaking and all that, that doesn't mean somebody doesn't file litigation. It probably lessens it, but it doesn't mean we avoid it. So any change comes with risk.
Madam Chair, I have something under agenda item number 5, if that's where we were heading to, or if that's what we were under.
I'm sorry, right?
Agenda item number 5, business as presented to the board.
Right.
Other business, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
And it's directed towards Director Brader. Do we have any municipalities who are interested and/or pursuing ranked choice voting in these local elections?
Not, I know that several municipalities have been considering it. I think we heard from, was it Lansing that they were interested? City of Lansing? Lansing's interested in it. I know that Ferndale has had it on their, I think, charter for some time. And there's a few others. There's probably others that are interested in going towards it. The issue at this point was that the election law doesn't provide for it. The Michigan election law doesn't provide for it. So our view is that for municipalities to use it, even for local elections, it would require a change to the election law. But it is definitely an issue of some interest in municipalities in Michigan, in addition to, I think, other parts of the country as well.
I just bring that up because we know that there was a court case that made us oversee East Point.
Yeah. So that was kind of a unique situation in the sense that it was a federal lawsuit under the Voting Rights Act. And the remedy that was agreed to by the city and the Department of Justice included using ranked choice voting to try to remedy the alleged disparities, the alleged discrimination under the Voting Rights Act based on at-large districts. In that case, because there was a federal court, because the idea there is that, I should probably just defer to Heather on this. The idea there is that because our laws or procedures were at least allegedly violating federal law, then any state procedures to the contrary didn't matter because we needed to work around those to make it work. But in the absence of something like that, where we have to ignore the state requirements because of a federal court order, we still are bound by the Michigan election law.
Does anyone have any further business? This has been a very interesting, challenging. And we all have a lot to think about. Yeah. So our next meeting is April
28th, I think. Yep, that's right. We can look at that. Currently scheduled for April 28th. But I mean, we do adjust things. This meeting we pushed back an hour because of scheduling issues, but that's when it's on the calendar for right now.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
You can just declare it, can't you?
Yeah, you can just declare it.
Adjourned.
Former Chair Schenkel said that. Yeah, the 28th I'll be in DC.
Okay, well, we can look at other dates for that.
You need us to sign minutes.